Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Welcome to the Lori Daybell hearing. I want to thank everybody for teleporting over from the Karen Reed trial. They ended early today. Shocker. Shocker. They will be off tomorrow. Bigger shocker, which is fine. That is perfectly fine. We have been literally live for 27 days with the Karen Reed trial. So it's nice to have a little break when we can. But now let's talk about Miss Lori Vallow. Miss Lori Vallow is representing herself again. And now for the conspiring to unalive Brandon Boudreaux in October. Boudreaux, if I said it, Boudreaux, if I said it right, October of 2019. Prosecutors allege that Vallow conspired with her brother, Alex Cox, to unalive Brandon Boudreaux, the ex-husband of her niece, Melody Pulowski. Now, Boudreaux narrowly survived a drive-by lead shooting event outside his Gilbert, Arizona home. So that is why and where we are doing with the Lori Daybell. This is her third trial, but she's been found guilty of rendering 4 people. And I'm wondering, at what point in time does this become the DP? At what point in time does it become a DP? Just curious. Why is this? It's not letting me remove. Okay, I gotta take care of something. It's giving me hell. I don't know why it is, but it is. Let me get it back up. For some reason, Facebook didn't like my redirect. Facebook's real picky and finicky about those kind of things. There we go. Now I'm live. Now I can every time I go live on Facebook, I have to manually go in and do it. It sucks. Okay, I haven't got the game yet for this. So let me get it up. So Lori came into trial or hearing yesterday and or a couple of days ago and was so unhappy. Yes, love. Gerald, what? Oh, I didn't call you. I love you. No, I'm good, babe. I'm going to be done here shortly. I have a suspicion that this hearing is going to go fast. Then you and I are going to go have a nice afternoon together. Winner. We did that. We're there. Okay, I got everything lined up. I'm trying to get when you switch streams, it takes a minute to get everything over. They will have to deal with mental health problems. Oh, she is mentally ill. She's already. Is it glitching now? She has already been found incompetent to withstand trial, but then after a short while was found competent. So, her shenanigans will continue. The interesting thing will be, is she going to come in a wheelchair or is she going to walk in? Let's see how fast this woman recovered from her illness, which she was presenting would have been either COVID or potentially the flu. I'm no doctor, I'm not diagnosing, but yeah, that would be interesting to know. That will be very interesting to see how she handles her trial. Um, oh, I gotta pop chats out. Like I said, when you switch streams, it kind of goes cray cray. I'm done with that one. Oh, thank God, that was so bad. Let me go here. We have a bunch of new people that are hopping on. Thank you so much for joining. I'm Ada K. I am a deaf courtroom commentator. I can speak beautifully, but I can't hear crap. And I have hearing aids and sometimes an interpreter when she's available, but she's not available today, unfortunately. They have some things happening. So she's got another job, so she's not able to be here. So if you know anybody who's deaf or hard of hearing, please have them hop on with us. It'll be great to have them. Lori Daybell is, it's hard. I want to call her Lori Vallow Daybell, but we call her Lori Daybell. I'm getting used to it. By the way, hello. Thank you so much for joining us. We greatly appreciate you being here. And also, I want to say to my lovely, lovely people, thank you so much for your support. And my mods, oh, thank you so much for your super chats. And I love my court junkies. Yes, we do. We have a great time with our court junkies. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. There we go. 56. Okay. So we're waiting. Waiting. Come on.
Convicted killer and now defendant in yet another high-profile trial.
She didn't really care who she hurt.
This time for the attempted murder of a former family member.
Just makes you sad.
And again, she's representing herself.
What about the same problem?
Are you done? Or are you just gonna keep...
Will this be the final chapter in the saga
of the Doomsday Cult Mom?
The Cult Mom Conspiracy Trial. Live coverage weekday mornings, only on Court TV.
So it will be interesting to see how she finagles today. I have to say, this judge has been so patient. Let me look at this.
devices this morning. Too much Nate. Too much Nate. I'm going to sneeze.
This guy's awesome.
I want to give you an update.
I love him.
The judge has issued an order that Lori Vallow Daybell appear in court this morning. I'm going to give it a minute, though.
Yes, please do that.
Now, it says that nobody's watching, yet I got a thumbs up. How can I have no one watching, but I got a thumbs up? That's kind of cool. So, let me tell you, everybody, beautiful morning, by the way, in downtown Phoenix.
Okay,
Sun's
I'm not
out,
going to keep playing.
warm.
He's
They park off-site. I don't foresee the judge sending them home again for a third time and asking them to come back tomorrow or Friday or even next week.
Yep.
He might just dismiss the entire panel, which, you know, it took them a bit of time.
Let's talk about that. If she is sick again, Mike, was it too low? If she comes in and says, "Oh, I'm too sick, I can't do this," la 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 la, or they actually deem her too ill, then they can send the jury pool back home for a third day. They haven't even seated the full jury yet. They haven't even seated the full jury, which to me is like, what? Then, so the chances are, if she's not able to continue this week, they will have to declare mistrial and start all over again. This judge does not want to do that. This judge is like, I want this one and done. I want all of this finished. But Lori thinks that she could potentially, what was the word I'm going to be? Oh, she was trying to get the judge thrown out. He wanted him to recuse himself. And he's like, nope, not going to happen. So then she was like wanting all this attention. Everything started blowing up. They started arguing. I kind of think, along with everybody else, she wants another judge. And so by being ill, then she gets a new judge. I think that's what she was hoping for by being ill and getting a mistrial. The marshals, okay, was the one she was talking to SS? I don't know what SS is. I don't know. But anyway, so if she fakes herself sick or is not able to maintain herself in order to have to go to trial because she's too ill, the judge potentially is going to have to declare a mistrial. And she was really pissed off at this judge and asked him to remove himself. Well, he didn't. And she was told yesterday, under no circumstances are you going to get a new judge, no matter what you do. The judge already told Lori he was going to be her judge, and that was a rude awakening. We might go back and watch that while we wait. So sorry. What's going on, Carol Pack? Oh, sorry. So sorry. Was the one she talking to so sorry? No, the judge could change the court to Zoom format for the state defense and the jury until Lori's better. The judge showed jury to kick rocks. Pretty much. But here's the thing. The thing is that I'm going to try and find this video again. Why does my caps are not unlocking and it's driving me back crazy. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Let's go back to where we were. Sorry about that. So Lori is up to her typical shenanigans. I'm going to see if we can find, here it is.
The jurors to come back 10 a.m. All right,
Here we
this is
go.
time set for continuing jury selection, State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2022-001242. Appearances, please.
Trinity K on behalf of the state, and for the record, the victim is in the victim room
All
watching.
right. Ms. Daybell.
No, in the courtroom, sorry.
Lori Daybell for the defense.
All right, are we ready to proceed with jury selection?
No,
Why not?
I'm sick, Your Honor. I've been sick all weekend. I let my team know yesterday I was sick.
Can you please pull the microphone a little closer? I can't hear you very well.
I'm sick.
Because
I've
I'm
been
sick.
Have you put in tank orders to get treatment?
Yes.
Are you being housed in the infirmary?
Nope, I'm housed where they put people in quarantine anyway. I'm housed alone. They would not move me from where
Oh, so you're in solitary confinement?
I am.
Have they tested you for any communicable diseases?
No.
All right.
Tested you for any communicable diseases? COVID?
You asked me to let my team know. I let them know yesterday at 9 a.m. that I was still
Well,
very ill.
Sometimes we're in positions where we have to proceed when we feel under the weather.
It's not just under the weather. I'm very ill.
Do you have copies of tank orders you put in for treatment?
Not with me. I put it in on the tablet.
Was the DO able to check whether any tank orders were put in?
I can pull that there, Judge, but I don't know when she put it in.
What's that?
I think it takes about 24 hours.
They haven't even answered my tank order yet. It takes them a long time.
I might zoom this up a little bit. Sorry. Because this gets a lot of dead space.
Terrible headache. I have nausea. I have chills. I have a fever probably. I haven't been able to keep very much down besides broth and oranges.
Wait. How many of us? Now, I'm deadly allergic to citrus, so I can't do oranges. But if you're nauseated, please tell me you don't put orange juice, a heavy acidic, on your stomach. Is that what she just said? Is that normal? If you've got an upset stomach, nausea, to put orange juice on your stomach? June, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Oh, you were so amazing. We've got some new people that were gifted memberships. I'm posting.
Would you be willing to have one of your advisory councils complete the 40-year process jury selection?
They could.
Would that waive my ability to represent myself for the rest of the trial?
No.
Yay, June, another
Can I have a moment to
member.
discuss with them for a second?
A couple things. I'm your trial judge. My instructions are to complete your second trial. So even if for some reason your sickness worsened and we weren't able to complete this trial and had to declare a mistrial as this trial, even if this case got delayed into June or July or August to be reset, I'd still be your trial judge. Additionally, last time we did jury selection in your first trial, as I recall, you asked between probably about 5 and 10 minutes of follow-up questions of the panel before we sat the jury. I only mention that in the context of
Thank you so much,
not a lot
June.
of it
You are
is expected
amazing.
of you at this point in the trial. Depending on how you're feeling later, we could talk
Yes,
about whether
we
the
have.
opening statements would have to be further bumped to tomorrow. But I would like to keep this trial on track. So if you want a few minutes to talk to your advisory council, we can do that. Is there anything the state wants to put on the record before we do that?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Do you want to do that back in the tank? All right, we'll recess for a few minutes.
All right.
Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record. State of Arizona versus Daybell, CR 2022-001242. The state is present. The defendant is present. Ms. Daybell.
I did discuss
You
with
did?
my advisory council. They are not comfortable doing that. I do have a right to represent myself. I'm sorry that I'm sick. I did not plan
Oh,
on getting
sorry.
sick. I did not
Right.
try to get
My
sick.
bad.
This isn't anything to do with anything other than the fact that I'm incapable of going forward and doing a good job representing myself. I've been incarcerated for over 5.5 years. I've only ever been sick one other time in the whole time I've been here.
All right.
Did y'all hear that whine? Can we get some cheese with
Judge,
that
obviously,
whine?
if the defendant is sick and she does have a right to represent herself, we understand that.
All right. Did you hear that? Your Honor, I've been doing good representing myself. I've been doing really good, Your Honor. I'm doing the best I can, but I'm sick. Yeah,
The
when?
concern is the state does need a date certain when we're starting. I have witnesses that I rescheduled already once to fly in this week, assuming we were starting today. I obviously will need to reschedule them again. I can't keep rescheduling them every single day onto a new flight. So I am not sure how we
Give us
want to
some
proceed at this
cheese.
time. If we want to give the defendant a couple days, see if this jury is available to extend out to the 25th. I know we had originally talked about that and begin on Wednesday. I don't know if she will feel better by then, but that's the only suggestion I have at this time, other than starting all over again at another date.
Is there a reason I couldn't proceed with some of the oral voir dire this morning? Because other than introducing herself, she wouldn't be expected to do anything this morning, and that way we can at least get rid of some of the jurors that, for whatever reason, would need to be excused.
Judge, my concern is she's in a wheelchair now.
Well, I would probably ask to have her sit in a regular seat and not be in a wheelchair that says MCSO across the back of it.
Your Honor, I am just not capable of going, or even sitting here. I need to be laying down. I need to be getting better so that I can go forward and actually represent myself. I hope that I feel better this week and we can go forward. I can't give you any promises. I can't control any of this.
And so it begins.
Just saying. We are just saying. Oh my gosh! So we are still waiting for the hearing for the Lori Vallow to come live. And that's a
All
good
right,
point.
I'll take the state's suggestion and try to salvage this jury in this trial.
Good point. Do you know what, Ronnie? Where was that? I just saw it. Oh, there it is. Lori is well enough to argue. She's well enough to do this. Cali Girl 15, hello. No, it's noon my time. So we have court TV. We're radar watching. We're gonna get it. It will start. But we were replaying this drama.
I'm sure these jurors are going to be none too happy coming down today again for a dry run.
Judge, I do have one other. I don't know if we're able to, and I understand this is Judge Kemp's courtroom. We can start earlier for the rest of the week and next week at 10. maybe take an hour for lunch. It's just ways to try to.
Yeah, I would be willing to do that. So for Friday, I have nothing else, and Judge Kemp has nothing. We could start at 9 on Friday.
And I know we have at least one juror that we will have to excuse who was going camping on
Yeah,
Friday.
juror number 4, I think.
Yeah.
My schedule, we could start at 10 on Wednesday. Let me check Judge Kemp's courtroom schedule.
So it is my understanding that it was ordered for her to be examined basically by the physician to determine whether or not she was well enough to show up in court today. It was supposed to start at 10 a.m., but it has now been pushed to 12. My thoughts on the delay is it's not easy to move and allocate the move of an inmate at the drop of the hat. So the courtroom they are going to have a court today. We're just waiting. We're just waiting for it to begin. So thanks for sticking with me. Thanks for hopping on. We greatly appreciate you so much. Really, really do. 3 days. 4 days.
I think
supposedly.
he looks like he'll be done by 9:30 at the latest. So I think we'd be safe
Not long.
on telling the jurors to come back 10 a.m. Wednesday, get the jury picked, opening statements done. All right, I think I do need to bring the jurors in to tell them something. So can we have Ms. Daybell sit in a regular chair and not, and bring the wheelchair out into the hallway?
Yeah, try to take some.
I don't think that I can even sit here. I need to go lay down. I don't understand. I don't think, last time you said it was going to be 15 minutes, it was an hour and a half where I was sitting here trying not to throw up on TV in front of the jurors.
Which maybe we could, all of us leave and they could come in and just speak with you.
That's fine.
I've
Yeah.
had that happened before where none of the parties are here and the court just advises that we're unable to.
Okay.
Your Honor, I don't know about you rescheduling this for Wednesday. It puts a lot of pressure on me to be better and ready for Wednesday. And if I'm not, I don't like to disappoint people. I don't like putting people out of their way, all the jurors and all these things. And all the pressure is on me. That's not going to help me get any better anytime soon.
What is your suggestion?
I don't know, but I'm saying so tomorrow, if I'm not better and I let my team know, are you going to drag me in here like you did today with the team
Absolutely.
that came to get me? They felt so sorry for me to have to get dragged out of bed to be here?
Yeah, the answer.
Oh, poor baby. You're telling us that the jailers, they felt so bad for getting you out of your metal bunk, shackling your butt, and bringing you in here. I don't think they felt bad about it at all. In fact, I bet they enjoyed every minute of it. Just my humble opinion.
Yes, I probably will order that you be here Wednesday. We'll take tomorrow off.
Oh, yeah. Big fiddle.
Because I need to confirm how you're feeling. You because you represent yourself, no one else can waive your own appearance.
You're welcome to come over to the jail and come to my cell and see how I'm doing in there.
Yeah,
All right,
no.
I'll take a pass on that. All right, with the consent of the parties, then we'll have the parties exit. I'm going to tell the jury we're going to try to get this done. We will, better not. We will.
Now, Auntie Bev, because for those of you who don't know, we are also following the Karen Reed trial, and I don't call Beverly Cannoni honorable anything. She has this sighing problem. That's an appropriate sigh. That is so appropriate in this situation.
I'll tell them to be here ready to go at 10 a.m. Wednesday unless they hear something else. So I'll go ahead and ask the parties to exit. We'll keep the FTR running for the.
Oh my gosh. The Gerald, really, boo. For those of you who don't know, why is this doing this? Gerald is my boyfriend, fiance. Well, he elevated to fiance. Don't get started with that one. With that one, what? Did you hear it, Carol? Did you hear it? Tell me what that just said. The MCSO health rep is here, and the judge has ordered a health evaluation. The judge confirms that after the assessment, there's no reason for Lori to miss court. Yay! That works for me. Oh my gosh. That works for me. And she's having a sidebar. Of course she is. Of course she's having a sidebar. That doesn't surprise me at all for having a sidebar. That's just the way she is. Tort again. Guys, I can't get my sound thing to work, and I need it. Beverly. Yeah. So I don't call her Auntie Bev at all. I don't at all. I mean, I don't call her Your Honor. Your Honor is a place of honor. And I don't want to call her Honor because I don't honor her. It's so hard to ride the middle of the road when other courtroom commentators who are lawyers and other people are also saying the same thing. And that is that she is so not honorable. And she's playing this. By the way, I want to share with y'all, we just did a merch launch. Yes, we did. Hi, honey, 2800. Good to see you again. Yay. We have merch. Y'all, in my humble opinion, I'm a hoe. I've got a what? I had a request for a V-neck, and it does come in different colors. Here are some of the colors it comes in. I'll add more colors if I can. We have totes, we have mugs, I'm HO, water hats. Yep. Why is there 2 caps on there? They shouldn't be. I'll take care of it later. Maud, can you throw up a link for that, please? That would be fabulous. While I try and get a feed for this trial. I need to get a clean feed. Obviously somebody's got to feed into the trial if people are let's see if we get anything from them. Nope, they don't have it. It's Court TV it is. So we're going to wait. If anybody knows that they are back in trial, please let me know. I'll be happy to jump wherever I need to go. Let me do some Googling. Lori Vallow Daybell trial. Everybody's waiting. So I guess they're...
Again, this time until Wednesday. The I-Team's Erica Stapleton was in the courtroom. And Erica, this is all because Lori Vallow Daybell says that she is really sick.
Yes, Tram. And the only word I can use to describe what unfolded in court this morning is dramatic. This is Lori Vallow Daybell's 3rd trial in under 3 years. She would.
I need some. Hey, I need a drama llama. Somebody find me a drama llama. Pippa Dodd isn't trial later today now. I'm waiting to find out. I'm looking.
Was first convicted in Idaho for killing her children, Tylee and JJ, and her role in the death of her husband's first wife. In April,
I know, right?
She was convicted in Arizona for conspiring to kill her former husband. And this next trial, she's accused of conspiring to kill her niece's ex-husband. Vallow Daybell is representing herself, and she's pleaded not guilty. The jury was supposed to be seated on Friday, but that got bumped to this morning, and Lori Vallow Daybell apparently wasn't feeling well again today. At one point, she was wheeled into the courtroom in an MCSO wheelchair with her hand on her head. She told the judge that she had, quote, a terrible headache, nausea, chills, and the judge wanted to proceed with jury selection as not to delay the trial further. He asked Lori Vallow Daybell if her advisory team could move forward with the jury selection, but Vallow Daybell said she has a right to represent herself and that she wants to be there. She said she felt like she was, quote, dragged out of her bed in her cell this morning, and that she was sorry she was sick and she didn't plan on being sick. She got increasingly agitated with the judge, even inviting him to her jail cell to see how badly she's doing, an invitation the judge said he'd have to pass on. The possible jurors were not in the courtroom as all of this unfolded, but the judge had to call them in afterward and apologize and tell them that they would be called back again on Wednesday, when hopefully they can seat the jury and move forward with opening statements. The judge said he has never had this happen in all his years on the bench. Tran?
All right, Erica, thank you. Criminal defense attorney Hector Diaz of Diaz Law joins us now. Erica, describe.
Okay, here's some update information. Just recently posted. I'm trying to get it in order. Okay. Okay, MCSO says Daybell was treated for a condition but is not serious. Bergsky asked Daybell if she has other information to provide on why she can't proceed. Sidebar is what happened. We hear static defenses on headphones. There's no clinical condition she is dealing with per MCSO. Judge wants to move on with this, but Daybell is fighting it. She was evaluated at 12:30 p.m. yesterday. Sidebar happened. Richard says he has not been provided enough medical information on why Daybell cannot proceed. Daybell has a headache, but she was able to articulate her reasoning and has sound mind and the ability to proceed per the judge. They went to a recess waiting for jurors to come in. Daybell told Boudreaux she can't stand for the jury. He said, that's up to you. Jury selection will get underway, but unknown if we will have opening statements. Looking for that. Okay, Fox 10 News has that up. Okay. She'll say anything to get her a stretcher. She wants out of there. She can't stand because she has a headache. For Pete's sake, woman, get over it. Ain't that the freaking truth? Just get over it, biatch. Oh my God. The attempts to come off as a victim are so over the top. It really is kind of insulting. She can't stand because she has a headache. Yeah. Drama's last stand, is what some people are saying. So yeah, we will definitely keep up with this. Daybell's counsel, Robert Albert, asked the judge about medication like ibuprofen. Hicks is talking to MCSO deputy right now. Not sure if counsel can provide it to Daybell directly. No, they cannot. Nobody can give her any medication unless it comes directly from the jail or an ambulance that's called. And no one's going to call for freaking ibuprofen. And if they do, I'm going to be pissed. They are still waiting for the pool of jurors. Daybell's left, her paralegal, Ana Leah Ramirez, on her right. Albany is behind her is Pamela Hicks. Paralegal is wiping down the desk with tissue. I bet you are. Jury selection will get underway, but unknown if we'll see opening statements. So let me get to your comments because I was reading a lot. I got to go back up. Honey, toast. My ADHD mind immediately went to something I used to say in middle school. Toast to my goats, toast to my goats, toast to my goats. Oh, that's cute. Lori is in the courtroom. Yeah, I don't know. We're waiting. I'm a little disappointed in Lori today. Why not have them wheels into a courtroom while laying in a casket? Squeaky wheel, that's so funny. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for watching. You're amazing. She could do jury selection from her new bed. I don't think live streaming is allowed during jury selection. It is not. But they were going to do openings. Please leave your DNA. We are very new. We're a small channel. Thank you so much for hopping in. Little Whiskers, thank you. True Crime Hockey Mom. Oh, thank you. Court TV has 2 different feeds on for today. One now and one set up for 5:30 p.m. That maybe be true, but we'll see. I'm just following where this road takes us. We don't know, but we're here for the travel, here for the journey. Please, she cries about being sick because pics of her dead husband, whose beautiful children, not one tear. My heart is bleeding for you, Kay. And Larry Adam. She should be stopped from defending herself. Yeah. I mean, you have 0 tears, 0 tears for your victims. But yet you're sitting here crying over a freaking headache. I had a migraine this morning. I still have a headache. I showed up. I gave it my all. Am I at my top? No, I'm not at my 100% yet. My apologies for that. I look like crap. Don't have any makeup on other than lips, but didn't even put my eyebrows on. You show up, put on your big girl panties. You show up and you do what you're supposed to do. There's no live activity yet. Her kids suffered far worse than a headache. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Welcome, Tam. Here, welcome. Everybody, welcome. A headache? Poor baby. I get both migraines and cluster migraines. Well, hello, sister. I get optical. Oh my God, those are creepy. They can't be seen by an optometrist. I hate optical because it looks like you got prisms and it kind of starts and it makes this line and it goes in a circle. And as it goes into a circle, everything gets you can't see through your eye. It's crazy. I normally don't have pain with those, but they do usually are a precursor. I'm sure she will tell the jury she's unwell. Abernathy and Lori are talking at the defense table. She's raising her voice, unclear what she's saying. It sounds like she's crying and sobbing. Boo-hoo. Pippadot, that is so funny. An iron lung. You know what? The guy that lived in an iron lung for over 20 odd years, number 54, had died. I don't know if y'all knew that or not, but he did die. Poor guy. Lived in an iron lung his whole life. They streamed Sarah Boone's jury selection, but they didn't show the jurors and refer to them by numbers. They even did some with the Karen Reed trial. Lori, not all of it, but part of it. Lori is going through her papers and her paralegal and other attorney, Emily, are chatting at the side. Okay. We are waiting. Oh my God, I love your little thumbnail. That is so awesome. We are waiting. Lori was screaming and throwing a hissy fit that she's too sick, but the MC, what is it called again? The sheriff's office that's controlling her has had her looked at, and she's medically been found to be able to stand trial or hearing today. Migraines will make the veins in the back of the eyeball swell. Yep. Exactly. Actually, I went into an optometrist one day to just get an eye exam, and they were looking, they said, come back, you're getting a migraine. I was like, what? I feel fine. An hour later, less than, I was sick as a dog. Exactly, June. Until it's 100% covered, and then you can't see crap, or I can't. Lori is the holdup. Lori Vallow is the holdup. I heard that, poor fella. I thought they streamed a Lori jury selection last time. They did. The first time I had an ocular migraine, I thought I was having a stroke. Me too. Sarah, for those who were new to my channel, welcome. I grew up hearing, but I became deaf over the last 15 years. So I can talk, but I have these badass hearing aids, the biggest you can buy on the market. So I'm deaf without my hearing aids. But back then I was interpreting in church, and all of a sudden this thing started coming around my eye. I was so scared. I'm interpreting and having my first optical migraine. Oh my God. It was hell. And thank God. It was oh yes, baby. Thank you, honey bunny. So sometimes I have an interpreter for court if she's available. And we know that we have somebody who is copy image. I'm making something real quick. Somebody sent me something. We know that we have a deaf person watching, or if I'm struggling, we have my interpreter come in. She's absolutely freaking amazing, y'all. I love my interpreter. Absolutely love my interpreter. And I hope that we'll get to see her soon. Share, download. My fiance sent me something. And I'm going to post it in just a second. Let's see, where are we again? I'm messing through. Do we know if Lori suffers from migraines? She's lying. I mean, everybody gets headaches. I can't say that unless Lori can fake a body temperature 102 degrees. I'm thinking the judge ain't gonna excuse her. Yeah, I need a bikini. Nini Wigs, how are you doing? Welcome to my channel. Thank you guys, and Sneaky Will, thank you so much for joining us. Oh my gosh, y'all are so amazing. Thank you for spending time. The judge says the court plans to move forward with jury selections despite Lori Daybell saying she's got a headache. I wonder if the judge ordered the medical evaluation on her and why he was able to force her to appear. Anyone know? Okay, Little Whiskers. When a person is supposed to be in court, especially representing themselves, and they're claiming to be too sick to withstand trial, but the day before or a few days prior to being sick, she sat there and screamed and hemmed and basically demanded a new judge. And so another way to get a new judge is to get a mistrial declared and try to get a new judge. So that is what's happening. The judge does have the authority to request a medical evaluation of anybody who is in the custody of the county, and have them evaluated to see if they are medically cleared to withstand a day in court, trial, or any kind of hearing. Now, right now, the jurors are being seated. So we'll see. The video is unavailable. Let me go back and see if we can find another video. There we go. Notify me. All right. Brenda Dudo, Kay Woodcock, and Brandon Boudreaux are here for the jury selection. They just walked in to another room as we wait to go inside. Oh, yes, that's good. So people are going inside. I'm scrolling. I gotta show y'all this. This is Lori Daybell. Oh my gosh, that is funny, y'all. Y'all, that is funny. That's funny. Did y'all see that? I thought I showed it. Did I show it? Why is it not showing? Hold on. That's not what I was wanting. I want to show this instead. There it is. Okay, that is so funny. Doc just put me on. Oh, it is. Oh, yay. Woohoo, Ronnie, I'm glad to hear. Glad he wants to get this show on the road. Who wouldn't? I think everybody was just ready to be done with her. Judge said there wasn't any objective medical information, so why she can't be in court. So she's in court. Do you know what? Everybody wants to get her out of that state. She's gonna, isn't it? She gonna have to go up to Iowa or somewhere. You're welcome. By the way, Ronnie, I really love this thumbnail. I really do. Oh, you love my vibes. Well, thank you so much. My vibes, I'm turning on the fan because these vibes are hot in here. For those of you who don't know, this is my people wanted to know. No more stolen sisters. It's for the missing murdered Indigenous women. For those of you who do not know, I am Native American, Cree, Cherokee, and Irish, hence the white girl, but Native inside. And Sweden is Dreeds. Thank you guys for being here. This is my setup. I got my fabulous soundboard right here, but it's kind of hard to catch everything in camera. See? This is my jam and my setup for the newbies who've not seen me here. Oh, well, thank you so much for coming in. Jurors are being walked in right now. Why am I glitching? Everyone rise. All rise. You're new too. Well, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, y'all. I could go on forever about the chosen one. Forever about that. Judge doesn't have much authority over how things are run in the jail. He can ask that they do things such as get her a doctor, but it's up to the jail and how they do it. This is true. He can order it. They can do it. This is very true. However, let's just say with family members who were superintendents, well, soon to be family members. I'm engaged to somebody who's close family member is a superintendent of a jail. My fiance was a police officer. I'm a criminal justice major getting ready to graduate and spent some time in a lot of ministry in jail. I've been around the jail system. Let's just say that. And I will say that sneaky wheel is correct. However, that said, if there's somebody like her going around and the judge asks for them to give a medical clearance, I don't see why they would say no. Just saying. I don't see why they would say no. Judge entered. Here we are again for the third time. Thank you for your patience. He explains the case and says jury selection process will continue. He will ask the questions of prosecution and the defense. Yay. Hi, everybody. I'm just really grateful for Sarah New. Welcome. I found your channel through Law and Lumber. I can't imagine ocular migraines while interpreting. Oh, you want to talk about sucking? But here's the thing. I can close my eyes. I had special ears. This is how I hear to interpret. I've had these for 10 years. It's probably time to get a new pair. But these are not just standard in the ear monitors. They're very special ones. So they're highly, highly expensive. They are plugged into my soundboard. I have a power pack like the musicians, and boy, it gets cranked. But anyway, I can still interpret and listen, but boy, it's so hard to focus. Nice. Native American women need to be taken care of and looked after. Well, yes. By the way, I am also a Native American bead artist. I make regalia. So if you watch my channel and I'm beading, don't be offended. Powwow coming up. And if you know anything about us Native women in powwow, man, we are beading like crazy. We bead like crazy at powwow. We even sewing at powwow. So, hi. Let me see what else is going on. I lost my line. Friends, new here. Thank you guys for joining. By the way, let me explain a few things. I'm going to put this up. We have an end of the month drawing. And if you hit the thumbs up and tell me I liked just the way you see it there, at the end of the day, I'm going to do some drawings for people. Those people will be entered, the winners, into the end of the month giveaway for $50 of merch. If you already have the merch, then I will give you a $50 gift card. Then we also have a sub. If you're new here and you've subbed, hit I sub. And if you subbed and you comment I subbed, you too will get an entry into the drawing. We also excuse me, we also for trial do bingo cards, and we do a bingo game. And at the end of trial, every time you get a bingo, a vertical, horizontal, diagonal, you put I bingo. And at the end of the month, end of the trial, we'll do a giveaway for free merch. I just launched my merch page yesterday. It's a process. We're in process. But I want to show this. Let me see where I put it in here. I did something. Let me add it because I did something. My honey boo sent me a picture. I had to, because of copyrights, you have to alter the pictures. You guys know how all that works. So I created this. Drama llama ding dong. So that's where that goes. All right, let's get back up here. Ronnie, the reporter, takes down everything that is said. He asks the juror to raise their numbers if they think they know him or any member of the staff. Nobody raises. Yay! Walking on sunshine. Walking on sunshine. It's like the middle of a TV show. Character was sick, not sick, depending on whatever it was they did not want to do. Where is it streaming live? Can someone tell me where? Because I am looking. If you can tell me where it's streaming live, I will gladly hop on over. Is it Court TV? Who has it live?
Lori Daybell, Doomsday
Trial B.
I don't have it live. Can you tell me where it's live? Maybe it's Channel 10. Channel 10 is not live. Squeaky Wheel, can you tell me where it's live? East Idaho News? Okay. I shall go get it. I shall go and get it. Daybell's case. It is? That's not what I want. That's a verdict. Can you send the link? It's easier for you to send the link if you don't mind, please. Okay, that's great. But I don't see the link, the live. I'm there and I'm not finding it. Okay, got it. I got it. Wait. Oh, that's January, not us. Sorry, guys. For some reason, that's not it. I appreciate if somebody... Ronnie, I have sent you numerous links. Well, tell me. I'm going. Ronnie, where did you put the links? Okay, I see them. Let's go. And we're here. Nope. There we go. But there is no sound. Robin, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, you were so awesome. Ada, the hearing is streamed. I see it. I got it. If you send me a link, just tell me where to go look. Why do we not have sound? Are they on sidebar? They're on sidebar. Okay, we're good. Gifted memberships. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, babe. You are amazing. Thank you so much. I've got a lot of windows. So Anna, wherever it love my Boston, Shannon Bigley, E. Warner, you have gotten. Oh my gosh. Okay, we are all good. We got it. We're good. For those of you who don't know, I have some fabulous mods. Ronnie, thank you so much. Who else is modding right now? I think it's just you, babe. Thank you so much for modding for me. You are amazing. The truth. How are you? The questioning the jury. They're not going to show that live. So we're gonna stay here. And Robin, thank you so very much. You guys are so awesome. I appreciate you amazingly. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, we're coming off of the sidebar. Let's see what we get. Ronnie, go to live chat.
Intends on proceeding with jury selection today. Depending on how things go, I don't know that I would make the parties do their opening statements or not, but that remains to be seen today.
Why
the
are
court
you
finds that the court has not been provided any objective medical information of why the defendant can't proceed today. Although the defendant expressed that she has a headache and is not able to proceed, she was able to fully
argue,
advocate on her own behalf and articulate to me the reasons why she doesn't think she can proceed and seems to be of sound mind and ability to proceed. So we're going to bring the jury in. How many jurors do we have? Are there? We're still missing 6. Mr. Vigil, you can be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll give those jurors a few more minutes.
So they're going to bring the jury in. We'll see what they do. But thank you, everybody, for joining me. Thank you so much for hopping on. I am so grateful for you. Please go in and hit like, comment, and like and subscribe. Right now, we only have 8 people who have liked this live and then commented, I liked. If you like it and do that and comment, I liked, you'll be entered into the giveaway. You'll be entered into the end of the day giveaway chance or the giveaway at the end of the month. Oh my gosh. We have 85. We have 85 likes, but only 8 liked. Come on, guys. Like it if you want to be entered in. Oh, for crying out loud. She really has her head laying down on the table like a little schoolgirl. Yes. Exactly. So I'm going to go back. I want to hear that again. What? My ears aren't picking it up. Hold on. I'm glitching. Forgive me.
So we're going to bring the jury in. How many jurors do we have? Are there? We're still missing 6. Mr. Vigil, you can be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll give those jurors a few more minutes.
Okay, that's what it is. You subbed. Thank you so much, True Crime Hockey Man. Thank you, Ronnie, for liking, of course. You typed like. Everybody typing liked and all of that. Thank you. Hello, to Brit. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the gifted membership. You are so amazing. You're simply the best. You're simply the best.
If you don't want to do that, you don't have to do that, but that's up to you how you present. All right, we'll be at recess.
Okay, so they are at recess. So we'll wait and see if they're going to come back on that. Okay, that was strange. We'll keep an eye out. Can't give memberships from my iPhone. Oh, well, thank you anyway, though. We appreciate it. We have Dean Valhalla awaits. I haven't seen him in ages. Mama of 3 Flash fan, haven't seen you in ages. Hello, Lulu Hutz, and thank you guys so much for all that. Another break. Hey, Tanya's, thank you so much for joining. Appreciate it. So let's go. Let me do this. Get it back off of this. Get it this way. Awesome. Another break. Another break. Ronnie, do me a favor. I'm going to keep looking for the new live as it comes available. If you will do me a favor and also keep that going. Why am I not able to exit out of this? Technical. There we go. Where was it again? So a lot of you who are new here, thank you. Aaron, that's right. Aaron, did you enable your gifts? You should be able to enable your gifts. Okay, we're going to play this. I want to play this until we have an actual court feed. East Idaho News. Let me get back over here. Get that up. Okay, I want to play this because I haven't seen this and I think you guys might enjoy it. So let me get this up and running.
Daybell is in depth about the case, about what he learned, about his thoughts today. You won't want to miss it. We're
going to zoom. There we go. Let's get into this.
Compromise
All
or
right, let's see what they
complicate
have
the
to say.
case from the outset. And I would advise my client, Miss Lori,
Yes, they are proceeding.
were she to continue to be legitimately ill, that it would probably be best if she gave we lawyers a list of the kinds of jurors that she would prefer, and that we went ahead and started the process on the day the judge dictates, in her absence, with her perhaps monitoring at long distance from the jail and giving us a right to confer once or twice confidentially by jail communication before we make our final selections. It certainly would not be a good thing to entirely alienate the entire panel too many days in a row by bringing them back to the courthouse for no particularly good reason.
Interesting. So you're saying she could monitor and watch remotely from the jail as they do this jury selection, and then her attorneys are already armed with the type of questions she wants to ask.
True.
Of course, I'm assuming that the connections would be available to do that.
Right.
But for the most part, those kinds of jail courthouse connections are readily available in every modern courthouse in the United States.
Right.
And the ability to communicate on final jury selection, which comprises just a very few minutes at the very end of an often very long interrogation process, is something that could be communicated in terms of counsel and client remotely, given her notes and the counsel's inclinations in a confidential setting. But given the fact that her prior jury selection was comprised pretty much of a 10-minute speech, the kind of thing that I'm suggesting, using the professionals in the way that we typically conduct voir dire selection, drawing out more about the personality and the history, the inclination of the jurors, rather than just giving 2 or 3 broad questions or a little 10-minute speech, would probably be more effective in selecting a potentially objective jury than anything Lori could do herself, healthy or sick.
She seems to
Hey,
kind
Haley
of
Mouse.
enjoy the spotlight, or at least not mind it in the previous hearings. She says she doesn't like
But,
cameras.
you know, you're the guy that thrust her in the spotlight. I don't know why you think.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, she doesn't want the spotlight at all, but yet, oh my gosh, she's such a drama queen. What are we doing? Haley, in a squeaky wheel. Lori's power hungry. Plus, she doesn't trust the lawyer to do anything because they aren't nearly as smart as she is. Welcome to all of our new viewers. We greatly appreciate you. Between alternate jurors in X, YouTube, Ada Twitch, Ada Media, and Facebook, we are at 501 viewers. Woohoo! Thank you guys so much for being here and supporting us. We greatly appreciate you. The judge says the defendant is presumed innocent until proven guilty. As of now, she's innocent. Sorry for choking on that word. He asked if everyone understands and asked if anyone disagrees with this. None of them raise their numbers. So, yeah, I mean, you are innocent until proven guilty. She's already been proven guilty on 3 other red rooms. So, attempted of a 4th is, well, actually, husband, 2 children, husband's ex-wife. So, 4 people. Yeah. I really feel bad for her family. I'm
Sticking
going
a
to
camera in her
zoom
face
this a
and why
little bit.
would incline her toward that situation.
I don't know if she enjoyed that moment, I will say, but the rest of the moments, how much is theater in these type of trials? High profile, court TV's there, everybody's talking about it. She shows up in a wheelchair yesterday and it makes headlines. I mean, how much do you, and as a defense attorney, do you want a little bit of theater to kind of tell your story and move the case along?
Well, I presume, and let's presume for purposes of this discussion,
right,
that she really does have a malady. Something about what she did say rang true to me in that regard, and that was namely that she'd made complaints and requests to the jail authorities, and they had not promptly responded back to her with regard to objectifying her illness. Nobody took her temperature. Nobody reported that she had the symptoms of XYZ. She was not supporting that in the courtroom. And where she's had this history for a couple of 3 days, there should be some kind of jail analysis from the medical personnel there that either substantiates and confirms or undercuts what she's telling the court. So assuming, as I do, that she is ill, and assuming that the jail is just operating on standard procedure, they're not a drop-in pharmacy, they're not a drop-in medical clinic where everybody's seen in 10 minutes and an instantaneous analysis is had. I'm presuming, therefore, that her utilization of a wheelchair yesterday was probably an alleged confirmation of her personal felt weakness or inability to conduct herself in an appropriate gait without being weak or dizzy or something else, symptoms that she reported. So I'm not necessarily assuming that her use of a wheelchair was an aggrandizement for TV, but I do think that she may be, of course, as some defendants do, and occasionally some lawyers do.
Judge, he says Ellie's testimony is not better or greater than other testimonies simply because they are police officers. They are to consider the testimony the same as everybody else's testimony. True.
Reporting that the symptoms are more aggravated at a time when it might be uncomfortable or inconvenient to start a difficult process. But she does need to report for work. After all, it's her trial, her counsel, and her situation. It will go forward, and I would expect the judge will probably start jury selection with or without Lori here on the next scheduled occasion.
Yeah, I do wonder if you have to, as a judge, be careful when she's representing herself, as far as giving her enough chances if she really is sick. But then it gets to a point, kind of like parenting, right, with your kid. If they say they're too sick for school, but they can go to a concert that night, you got to lay it out. So let's hope that the jury selection happens tomorrow. Opening statements get underway tomorrow or the next day. This is a conspiracy to commit murder case, and the alleged victim is alive. What does the prosecution have to prove, Dave, to make this jury find a conviction? And what does the defense need to do to try to persuade them that Lori was not the culprit?
Well, attempted anything means the job didn't get done. And in attempted murder, it's always easier to prove if there's an injury or if there's some kind of impactful situation, which but for the course of medical heroics would have accomplished the homicide. So in terms of an attempted homicide here, where the victim is not reported to be deceased and is available to testify.
I know, right?
Whatever acts are alleged collectively against that individual have to clearly signal that there was an intent to kill that person and that there was a premeditation, a deliberate attempt to kill that person. It didn't occur in the course of a fight. It wasn't the result of negligence. It was intended to be a homicide, and but for something else, it was not accomplished. The conspiracy element then means that there are two or more people who acted in combination to attempt to accomplish that activity. And that is often proved by communications of one type or another, the proximity of people at a critical time, the payment of a emolument or a money for some kind of activity. All of that together can constitute a conspiracy to accomplish a particular purpose. If I'm the prosecutor, I've got a complicated case on my hands to try to show all of those elements. The extent to which Lori may be personally, centrally involved in that, I'm unaware of in the instant case, but presumably by virtue of emails or telephonic communications, proximity at critical times, the prosecutor will be able to show and allege and argue that Lori was the central figure in all of this, and the conspiracy evolved around and away from her. If I'm the defense lawyer, I would say we don't have a homicide here. This is not a situation where anybody attempted to commit homicide. All of this is speculation. There may have been some bad blood. There may have been some good blood. We've got relatives involved. This is much ado about nothing, and nothing happened here would be my argument as a defense. Prosecution will tell a story focusing on this particular set of allegations only, that this woman was so depraved and had such a nasty inclination that she was able to do this desperate deed, acting through a third party whom she instituted to do that. And the defense is going to tell a story of no touch, no foul. There's no crime here.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. This is the one case out of all of them that is different because the victim is alive. The rest of the cases, we didn't have the victims alive, and they had pretty strong evidence. And we'll see. David, anything you want to add?
No, Nate, it's always a pleasure to be with you, and I'm glad you're representing Idaho, East Idaho, the entire nation on duty as always in a Lori Vallow case.
Well, thank you. I'll represent the whole state, not just East Idaho. I'll take it all. And my thanks to David Leroy for chatting with me. He's always great to talk with. He's got the coolest office. If you go in, he really likes Abraham Lincoln, and he's got all this Abraham Lincoln decor around his office. It's very cool. So switching over from him to Rich Robertson. Rich is a private investigator based here in the Phoenix area. He first learned about Brandon Boudreaux when Brandon called him up after he was shot at and said, basically, I'm scared for my life and I'm scared for my children and I need help. And then Rich launched a private investigation. And Rich is a former journalist. Journalists are so smart. Most of them, some of us, I guess. And he launched a PI firm after doing news, I think, for like 30 years. Anyway, we get into the case. He tells me about stuff that you may not have heard before about this case. And some of it will probably be brought up at the trial. Here is Rich Robertson.
Okay, I want to read a little bit of this. We got some updates. I'm going to switch over here. I like our Canadian people. Little Whiskers Kenny, I think the video that Ada is playing is about Boudreaux. It is. Thank you very much. Wait, no court. No, there is. Nene Wiggs, hold on. They're on a break and the jury selection will continue. But I'm going to read some of the updates. So 11 a.m., the judge, 11, that's 1 o'clock my time. The judge explains the defendant is not required to produce any evidence. He says it must prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution. The judge says the defendant is presumed innocent until proven guilty. We know that. The judge tells jurors they'll be asked to evaluate the credibility of witnesses. He says the law enforcement testimony is not better or greater than other testimonies simply because they are police officers. A judge asked anyone if they believe or not believe a police officer more or less because of their position. None of the jurors raised their paddles. Judge asked anyone if they are law enforcement officers, are married to or have a close family member who is. The only guy raised his hand, said he's an uncle of a sheriff in another county. They are close. The judge asked if that relationship would affect his ability to be fair. He says, no, it would not. Another juror says his daughter is retired a year ago from a homicide officer. The man says he didn't talk about cases and it would not affect his ability to be fair. Another lady raised her number and said her husband is in the police academy. She says it would not affect her ability to be fair. And yet, another lady has a boyfriend who is a police officer. Another lady's husband is a detention officer for the sheriff's office. She said she can still be fair. The one that's a detention officer, that would be the one that I would be concerned about if I was in their shoes. Another juror has a brother-in-law who's a retired police officer in Chicago. He says he can still be fair. The judge asked them to raise their numbers if any of them have any training in law. One juror raised her hand and said she's an intern at a law firm. Okay. Then 11:11 or 1:11 my time, 11:11 their time. One juror has an aunt and an uncle who are lawyers in the financial firm. She says she can still be fair. Judge tells the jurors if selected, they cannot use the internet to gather information in this case, including independent experiments, so they can only consider the presented what is presented in the courtroom. They cannot talk to anybody about this case except that they are on the jury and the legal length of the trial. If you violate these rules, I may have to declare mistrial. He asked the jurors to raise their numbers if they cannot follow the rules. If they can, and they all raise their numbers so they can follow the rules. Judge says no research to be done online to research a trial. Judge asked the jurors to look around and see if they recognize anyone else in the pool. Nobody raised their numbers. He asked them to raise their numbers if there's anything he needs to know about why they should not be on the jury. None of them raised their numbers. Ooh, this is moving quick, y'all. This is moving like massively quick. So let me update this page again. Can I refresh? Refresh for updates. There we go. Judge tells Trina Kay she can do follow-up questioning for the counsel table during the last trial. She approached the lectern. Trina remains seated. This seems to be an accommodation for Lori's illness. Trina asked the jurors if, because Lori is representing herself, they would hold the state to a higher standard. None of them raised their paddles. All right. Okay, so that's the latest. I will have another update in just a minute. Oh my gosh, we're pushing 600 viewers. Yay! Well, between all social medias. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let me see. Let me go back. Sorry, X replace police testimony. If you watch the Karen Reed trial, the police testimony may be worse. Yeah, that trial. I bet he knows a lot more about her. Let me think. Sorry, I had to go back. They are on break right now. They will be back in a minute. Yes, I've seen a few videos of the unaliving of the first aired way back when. The one talks about the PI following Lori. Yeah. That trial was so, all right. A little history for some of you who are new and don't know who I am. Welcome, I'm Ada Kay. Thank you so much for joining us today. I am a deaf courtroom commentator. I am grew up hearing, became deaf as an adult. I'm an emergency services chaplain volunteer. I'm a deaf support specialist and interpreter for the deaf, and I am currently a student in criminal justice, graduating this December with my degree. Yay, with a 3.9 average. And my goal is to either go to law school or get a PhD in criminal justice. Don't know which yet. I'm 54 years old. God help me. I have no idea what I'm going to do. And yes, recently engaged, getting married in August. So that's who I am in a nutshell. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me refresh for updates. Why did it go that way? That's weird. Okay. You were going to be told the victim, Brendan Boudreaux, is not unalived. He's not dead. This is a conspiracy did not occur, that this conspiracy did not occur and he lived. Is there anyone here who says, well, he didn't die. There couldn't have been a conspiracy to kill him? Nobody raised their paddles. Trina says there will be media coverage in this case and things may pop up on their phones. She says they cannot watch or read any of it. Okay. Well, thank you so very much. I got a lot going on. I really do. Finally. This one, yeah. Thank you so very much. And this channel did not start off to be this kind of channel. I started it off called The Jail Widow. My ex-husband went to prison. That's all I'll say about that. And we kind of evolved into this. We are getting ready to celebrate our 1-year monetization birthday in July. And so I'm excited. Yes, you will see and hear my lovely husband to be popping in and out of here periodically. Oh, thank you. I just wanted y'all to know who I was because a lot of you don't know me. We are a very friendly page. We have no problem with people having different opinions. I play both sides of the coin most of the time. It's kind of hard to with this one though. But we do play both sides of the coin. I love to play devil advocate. I love a good banter. Be respectful, no name calling of anybody here in chat, and you are welcome to be here as long as you'd like. But if you disagree and think someone's innocent that we say is guilty, like in the Karen Reed trial, we have several people who's on the fence or believe she didn't do it. Your opinion is welcome, and we love to listen to it, and we love to hear different points of view. So, yes, this is a safe place. Okay. Tina says they will not be able to talk about. Oh, okay. Let me get it over here so I can read it. Trina. And I'm dyslexic, by the way. I'm legally dyslexic, so forgive my mispronunciation of names. Trina says Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the LDS Mormons, will be discussed. She asked if anyone here who has an issue with the church that would have a problem with it during trial. None of them raised their numbers. Trina says that they will not be able to talk to their family and friends about this. They will only be able to tell them they're on the jury. She asked if any of them would be able to have a problem following those rules. Nobody raised their paddles. Come on, quit giving me 10:25 a.m. We are way past that. I'll give it a minute to catch up. What does it say down here? Nope, don't want to go there. I really appreciate news stations who are bringing this information to us live. Oh, let me come out and go back in. Why is it going to, it's dropping to the wrong time. We've already read all this. Ada, send me a link, please. Oh, I will gladly. My interpreter. Hi, Mary Brown. Thank you so much. Y'all are going to get to say hi to my interpreter. We are so blessed to have Miss Diane. She's my partner in crime. We do a lot of interpreting together. She's simply the best. Better than all the rest. Oh, shit. Well, Mary Brown, $5. Thank you so much. The headache is still hanging in there because she's narky and doesn't want to face Brenda. Oh, 55 here. Well, I woke up this morning with a raging migraine. So, oh my gosh. Remember correctly, I thought Colby said she got worse after meeting Chad. Yeah, I think she did too. But here's the thing. How do I put this in? That woman's demonic. That's all I have to say. She's demonic. She's demonic. I really struggle with her. I do not believe. I've done a lot of study. I've done a lot of study because of becoming an ordained chaplain, minister for the volunteer firefighter services. We have to learn a lot about different faiths because I'm going to be dealing with a lot of people of different faiths. And what she says is not standard to the belief of the LDS. It is not. Oh, I can't. Lori's in herself was itching to come out. I think she made the calls and Chad went along with them. I will tell you, dealing with somebody like that, it's scary. All right, Trina says that I got to bring it back center. She brings up the next point. It's become political. Oh, no, she didn't. She says Brandon was driving a Tesla at the time of the crime. Oh, no, they're not. She asked if anyone had a problem with Tesla or would associate the negativity of the trial. None of them raised. Why are you bringing Tesla into this? Who gives a flip what vehicle he was driving? It was not a political issue back then. Really? Oh my gosh. Trina says testimony will go out of order and will not be chronological. Trials are not like how they are on TV. She says none of the jurors have an issue with this. She had no further questions, and this was on the behalf, if I'm not mistaken, of Lori Daybell. Oh, there it is. True compliment. I think so too. After meeting Chad, I think he filled her head with well, from what I understand, she was already kind of leaning a little bit. I'm the one of the 140,000. I'm the one of this. I'm the one of that. But I think when he met her, she went off charts with him. I don't disagree with that comment at all. Miss Diane, are you ready to hop in? All right, everybody. I'm bringing on Miss Diane, my partner in crime.
That would be me.
Like that one. I need to fix that. I don't like the shape.
Ooh,
It
too much
it doesn't
glare.
go for interpreting. There we go. Everybody, we've got
yes.
new people, Miss Diane. We have in the internet jurors 304. In YouTube, we have 250 people watching, and you are new to a lot of them. So Miss Diane is my interpreter. She's going to start interpreting everything I say because I'm pretty sure I have a deaf person watching from what I saw a minute ago. People ask, how do I know someone's watching deaf? They throw up the ILY, and that tells me I give a special link for them in my Instagram to do that. Okay. Okay. Ronnie, we are all good. We are, watch the NBA finals on YouTube. No, I'm not going to watch the finals right now. Now Trina is done. Lori begins the questioning. Oh boy, here we go. Lori's questioning. Lori asked if anyone in the room has ever wanted to be on a jury. Like a bucket list. Oh my God, should I do the voices? Should I do the Lori voice? Okay, guys, if this irritates you too much, let me know. But this is what I did last trial. Lori asked anyone in the room if they ever been on a jury. Like, is this a bucket list thing? None of them raised their arms.
The law says I am innocent until proven guilty. Is there anyone who disagrees or does not understand the concept?
None of them raised their hands. Thank you, Robin. Lori asked
if any of the jurors can easily have their minds changed. Can people influence your thoughts? Can they change your mind?
The judge follows up and asks the poll if there's any of them who are easily give up on their convictions. None of them raised their paddles. Oh my gosh. I would need to say, Marty, oh, thank you so much. She has thoughts of education and demonic. But used to do crimes. Money was. Yep. Miss Ada, mazel tov, and congratulations on your engagement. I'm so happy for you. You deserve all the happiness and joy in life. Thank you so much. I have been single since 2000. Well, separated 7, divorced 12. It's been a long time. Like it's so cute. Welcome, everybody, and thank you for being here with us. So, yes, when I read something that Lori says, just like in Sarah Boone, I have to give some sound effects. All right, Lori, ask the jurors to raise their hands.
If you have any other experience in the courtroom.
One man raised his hand number and said he had a felony DUI 15 years ago. He has had the civil rights restored.
Lori asks, how that experience affect you on my case?
He says he was at fault and was given due process. He said nothing will affect his ability to be fair. Another juror was involved in a custody dispute 20 years ago. She says it will not affect her ability to be fair. Lori asks, okay, as she proceeds to ask more questions, Lori speaks louder and not feeble. One juror says he had a DUI and would try to be fair. Lori thanked him for his honesty. Oh, y'all, please make sure to like the stream. Oh, for the new ones who are just on, let me show you. We have had a lot of likes, almost 100 likes, but we only have 18 people. So let me show you this. Let me get it. Let me share screen. I got to share screen to do this. I don't know what that was. Is that you, Miss Diane? All right. Just making sure it was you. If you have liked this stream, comment like Dots. I love that name. I liked. If you are new to this stream and you are subbing for the first time, comment I subbed, just like Dot. I love that name. And at the end of the day, one of you will be a winner for an entry into the end of the month $50 merch gift card or $50 merch giveaway. And by the way, Miss Diane, I have something to show you. Are you ready, Miss Diane? Congratulations, you won the $50 gift card. Woo! Yes, you did. You won the $50 gift card for the May giveaway.
You have no idea how wonderful that is.
It's to Amazon. Is that good?
I don't care where it's for. I will use it.
Hi, Sandra Stevens. Hi, Mama Massive too. Marty Mom. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of you I've never met before. Thank you so much. Yes, but also, Miss Diane, you have not seen the new merch. We have merch, y'all. For some of those who don't know, I just started merching yesterday. It's new to me, but my favorite comment that I say is, in my humble opinion. And so a lot of times I just say, I'm a hoe. I'm a hoe. And then we have the I love ILY for my deaf. So here we, and I'm also, what? So we have some merch. You can go and support us through merch. And this is new. I just launched the merch. I've never done this before. How does it look, Diane?
It's beautiful. And I really, really, really like the hat.
I like the hat too. Well, that could be your prize if you want. So yes, I have a wheel and I put everybody's names on it through the month who've won entries. And at the end of the month, I will redraw a name through the spin a wheel. So it's legit and you watch it live. So there's accountability there. And the other thing is at the end of every trial, like right now, we're doing it for the first time in the Karen Reed trial. We have a bingo game. And every time you hit a bingo, whether it's diagonal up and down or side to side, you can have a coverall. You count them all. You can have 5, 10, 15. I don't know. You can have multiple bingos in each day of trial. And at the end of that trial, I will put we'll do a wheel and somebody gets drawing for a prize. So welcome to all of our new fabulous people. Thank you so much for joining us. You are simply amazing. Oh, let me get Diane up here. Hold on. I got to get her up here. There we go. You are simply the best. We appreciate you so very. Did that take it off of that too? It sure did. Sorry. My streaming program has got some new perks, and I'm learning them. Remove and then get us back here. Okay. Haha, it can be water if you like, June. What did she say? Oh, Ada, please. Yes, Marty, June. I thought it was I'm H2O. No, I'm ho. That's so funny. She talks. Hi, Miss Morales. Hi, everybody. Merch link, check it out. Okay, so let me get back to this other link. I got to find it. I got stuff. I got, and for those of you who are new, this is me. This is my window. Let me see. Which notes is this? Oh, wrong one. I've got a lot of stuff up and running, guys. So it is fun to watch me paddle in the background. No, where did it go?
Ada, I got to tell you, while you're doing this,
tell me.
My daughter-in-law had a dishwasher. She still does. But she would tell my son, we got to talk to this dishwasher. It calls me a hoe all the time because it would flash H-O, 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 whatever H-O meant. But she would tell him, it's calling me a hoe. It's calling me a hoe.
Hi ho, it's off to work we go. Bum 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 bum. Are I done yet? Should I be one? So anyway, and this is my Native American Missing Murdered Indigenous Women t-shirt. So but yes, y'all. Let's get me back over here. Let's get a catch up for what's going on. Lori proceeds to ask more questions. Lori speaks louder, not feeble. Another juror, okay. Other jurors had family court or other proceedings. None of them say it will keep them from being fair and impartial. Lori asked if there's anything that would keep a juror from being fair to her. None of them raised their hand. She then asked them, raise
your hand if you think someone charged with a crime is automatically guilty no matter what, or has a percentage of guilt no matter what.
None of them raised their hands. None of them raised their hands. So, yep, that is where we're going with that. Hey there, Gabby. Hi, everybody. Oh my gosh, thank you guys so much for being here. Nice to see you. I can't imagine knowing anything about Lori and not thinking she's evil. Well, luckily, they're getting people in there that don't have any clue who she is. Suppo! There's howdy hi, howdy ho. There's a lot of hoes running around. If you're trying to get out of jury duty, you answer yes to think someone who's arrested is guilty. That is the sure way of getting out of it. Okay, so now, see how I have to bring things over here to read them? I don't have enough monitors. I need one more monitor right there. Lori Vallow rephrases the question. Trina objects as the judge clarifies and says the juror will be given the instruction. He asks if any of them will be able to follow instructions even if they think they know better. The juror says he can. Another woman raised her hand and said she served in Iraq War and knows a lot about lead shooters. Lori thanked her for her service. Yeah, that's not kind of thanks I want. Another lady says she sells lead shooters at Bass Pro Shop. Whoo, you're my kind of gal. Lori asks if she goes to the range. And she says about once every 6 months. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, no. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I got to get this thing off of here. It's too high. I need it right there. I'm going to have to change some things. Let Lori asks if anyone has close family members who ever served on a jury. A few raised their hands. Why or how does that matter? What are you doing, Diane?
I'm trying to get my screen right.
Oh, yes. Diane and I, this is an old interpreter's trick. We always have a blanket. And by the way, I'm a Vera Bradley blanket snob. Vera Bradley blanket snob. I'm a snob. I'm a snob. I'm a snob, 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 snob. Yes, I love Vera Bradley. Also, Starbucks tumblers. I'll move this back over here. Starbucks tumblers. I love them. I've got about 40 of them, and a lot of them come from wonderful viewers like you. Not that I'm pining for them, just letting you know. I don't buy them all. That would be insane. Okay, wow. Sarah's new trial. That's great. Sarah's new. That's great. Honestly, didn't think signing was such a high demand until after I started watching Ada's channel. She and Diane are a real blessing to the deaf community. I do sign with Diane, but it's hard to sign and run all of this at the same time. So there are times you'll see me where I will go off screen and then I'll come back in all black, and I have a black background that slides behind me. Oh, somebody wanted to know about my hats. Look. I bead Western hat. Somebody asked me about the hat in the background. So I'm showing it. I forgot to show it sooner. My bad. This is some sample of my Native American. Let me get the comment off. This is a sample of the Native American beadwork that I do. I do sell these, but I do sell them. I also was asked about the Highlanders behind me. Our mascot for my channel is the Highlander cow. My sister, who recently passed away, got me hooked on the Highlander cow. So we have Heidi and oh God, what was his name? Heidi and Heyman. Heyman are our wonderful mascots. Actually, Haley Mouse actually had a heated conversation with my mom the other week, Ronnie, because she was going on about them talking about learning sign language in schools. I think it'd be worthwhile. I wish they would offer sign language in schools. They offer Spanish. Well, people don't. Hamish, that's right. Hamish. People don't understand that sign language outside of Spanish is one of the most needed languages in the community. Lori rephrases. And Lori asked if any of the jurors owned lead shooters. Now, I use the word lead shooter. I don't like pew pew. It smells like stinky. And 14 raised their numbers. She asked if any of them have ever been to a range. 31 jurors raised their numbers. She asked if any of them have extensive knowledge about lead shooters. A handful raised their numbers. That would be me. The juror says that his father was a professional licensed gunsmith. I very much learned quite a lot about lead shooters, he stated. Lori asked him if he frequents firing range. The man said yes. She asked if his knowledge of lead shooters would be an asset to the jury or might it distract them. Trina objects to the question. Judge asks Lori to rephrase. Lori rephrases the question. Trina objects. Judge clarifies and says jurors will be given instructions. He asks if any of them will be able to follow the instructions, even if they think they know better. Jurors say that he can. Another woman raised her hand and said she served in Iraq war and knows a lot about weapons. Lori thanked her for her service. Another lady said she sells them at Bass Pro Shop. Okay, that we've already gotten. So Lori asked if anyone close family members served on the jury. Okay, why are we stuck there? Okay. Several jurors shared how their mothers, siblings, or spouses or children have served on juries in the past. Lori asked how the experience was for each one of these potential jurors. None of the jurors say it will affect their ability to serve on a jury. In this case. Oh, wow, y'all. Let me scroll back up. Yes, it would be fabulous. When I visit Scotland again, I will have to get you another Highlander cow. I want a baby. I went to the Texas Land and Cattle Steakhouse. They had a baby Highlander. See, I got Hamish here, Heidi here, and that's a ceramic one there. But yeah, now Highlanders are everywhere. Where I live, sign language is offered in schools. Not much around here. I don't think they're up by you, are they, Diane?
In the school that I did some interpreting in Leland, they are teaching the younger children in the class simply because there's a set of twins there that are deaf and the kids want to be able to communicate. So they're learning basic, but are they teaching as a class? No.
No. I wish it was offered here where I lived. I do, or I have. I've taken a break. Go to your community ed. Sometimes there's someone teaching sign language. You got to be careful though, because sometimes the person teaching has no credentials. Make sure you learn from a deaf person or someone who's gone to college as a deaf support specialist or an interpreter themselves. You don't want to learn from somebody who doesn't have either one of those two situations. How does the headset work? How does the headsets work? Can people in court hear it? Are you talking about the headsets in the court for Lori at the table? No, they play a white noise. Oh, I love that. Yeah, we don't have a Buc-ee's. It's 100 miles away. Love Buc-ee's. For those of you who are not from here, I'll get you a picture of Buc-ee's. It is the world's largest gas station with the cleanest bathrooms you've ever seen in your life. And it has a shop from food to shirt to clothes to, I mean, it's a vacay destination just by getting gas. Just by stopping to get gas, it's a destination. Opportunity PP, yes. It is. Well, they don't hear. Oh, you're in Katy. Where do you live, Pippa Dots? Because I'm in Texas. That's in Kerrville, Texas. But yes, I go to Katie's Buc-ee's all the time. Okay, let me refresh and get you some more information. All right. So Tina K is done. Lori begins. Oh, wait a minute. Why are we going back? Okay, we got to wait for the refresh. I don't know why it's going back, but I did miss one. Trina was finished and okay, at 11:22 their time. Trina's K was done. Lori begins questioning. Okay, we've already read all that. We got to wait a few minutes and see what that's going to, we got to get more updates. Cypress, do you know what, guys? I really was thinking about doing a meet and greet somewhere here in Texas. We got a large Texas following. I kind of live a few places in Texas growing up. Me too. San Marcos, Kyle, went to school in San Marcos, Kyle, Bastrop, San Antonio. Then I moved to Austin as an adult and then here. Lori asked if anyone has close family members who ever served. We already saw that. Lori asked if there's anything she hasn't asked that might affect the jury's service. The only one guy raised his hand. I've noticed you have not asked a question if anyone as close has ever been convicted, found guilty. Okay, thank you, Diane. It's hard to sign and talk and read at the same time.
Yeah,
Convicted yeah, I got it. Or served in a trial at all, Guy says. One of his close friends had to go through a parole hearing and he went to court with him. The man said he wanted to be honest and would have a little bit of bias against the system because they were trying to get his friend back in when he had just tried to assimilate into society. Lori thanked him for his service. That means, nope, I don't want you. Judge is pausing for a 5-minute break. One of the jurors needed to use the restroom. Okay. Lori asks if the juror raised their hands if they had any other experience in the courtroom. Oh, no, wait. Why are you flipping back? I got to keep an eye on the time. These notes, sometimes they flip back. Okay. The jury has left the courtroom. He says one of the jurors did not show up today. He texted the court and said that with all the uncertainty, he felt he needed to get back to the work. The judge is now reviewing jurors to dismiss. All righty. We may get to try. They may go to court today. They may start opening comments today.
What are we talking about?
Lori Daybell.
Are we doing her again?
Yeah, remember she's brought up on charges. Lori Daybell is representing herself for the conspiracy to unalive Brandon Boudreaux in October of 19. Prosecutors allege that Daybell conspired with her brother Alex Cox to unalive him. He lived. Now she's charged with conspiracy. So the other thing about all this is that her brother was found guilty, and didn't he get the DP?
Oh, okay.
We call it DP. We can't really use the real words because you know how we can get in trouble.
Yes, I can get you in trouble.
Trouble. Now I want something sweet. You shouldn't have said donuts, y'all. You shouldn't have said donuts, and I don't have anything sweet.
Good. It's got a little sweet in it.
Oh, and I've been munching on a breakfast taco. I don't eat much, y'all. I eat very little. But I'm starting to get hungry right now. Yes, Chad is on the row. It's about time somebody got on the row for what's gone on. I mean, oh, by the way, Lori Daybell is on trial in the Maricopa County, Arizona. MCSO. So she did make it known in court the other day. Oh, I can't go into I got to
do the voice. Your Honor, I can't go in isolation because I already am. They can't separate me because I'm already by myself in isolation.
I mean, dude, you're in isolation because nobody likes you. What do I have in my mouth? I have to say, it's been pretty interesting today. I mean, in our neck of the woods, we don't get a whole lot of rain. Boy, we've been getting a lot of rain.
I just read we are getting ready to have a haboob here.
What?
A haboob. You don't know about a haboob?
Haboob?
No, not a boob. Haboob. You know when you watch a movie and there's these wicked sandstorms that come up across the desert?
A sandstorm?
Well, yeah, but the technical name is they're called haboobs. In Arizona, you will have them. I mean, the first one I ever saw, it looked like mud coming over the mountain. You can put your hand in it and cannot see your hand. I mean, traffic pulls off the road because it's just, you can't see anything. It's terrible. And if you have two of them, this is serious, they're called haboobies. No, that's a joke. But the haboob, really? The haboob it's real. It's a really, really bad sandstorm, and it'll shut down airports. It shuts down the road. It shuts down everything. And I was just, yeah, it really will, honey. 2,800. I was just reading one is coming across the Atlantic, and it's going to come across South Carolina. It's like 200 and
Wait. How is that much sand flying across water?
It's from the Sahara.
Well, we do get the African dust up here.
Well, I tell you, they said it's coming across the Atlantic. It's like 276 miles wide. And I don't even remember how deep, but I will look for it and send you the article. But it was really, really interesting. It's supposed to hit here Thursday. I'm like,
how bad Thursday? I mean, seriously, how bad is it going to be? Are you going to lose all of your internet?
No.
I mean, what's going to happen?
Well, it won't affect any of the electrical, but it'll probably slow a lot of people down when they're driving. It better.
Gerald. By the way, guys, this is my fiance, and this picture, he doesn't look like that at all.
He's cute.
Does he?
Nope.
He does not look like that, but he is cute.
He's cute.
Sweet. I have been under the weather for the last week, and I got to tell you, when I get off of here, I'm on my back. I've been having a lot of backside pain, and he has been so loving and so attentive. So I love you. Thank you for taking care of me, boo. My husband lived in New Mexico and Arizona. They had to replace windows, sliding doors because of the
grit.
Wow.
It's terrible. Literally, I saw it coming, Ada K, and it was like I was by South Mountain in Arizona, Maricopa County, and there's this valley between the mountains, and I could see it coming, and it looked like boiling dirt coming through that.
I'll pull up some. All right, I'll have to send me that name and IM so I don't forget how to spell it. We'll pull up some video when we have some downtime. That'll be interesting. Yeah. All right. By the way, yes, he calls me queen, and it has taken a long time for me to get used to being loved that much. And what's funny is we were sitting in church, and people were coming up to me and goes, "Do you know he really loved you?" I'm like, "I know." Unless you want to repaint your car, then you got to go out mid-storm and turn your car around and totally sandblast.
It's even on both sides.
I bet the insurance loves that just about as much as they love our hailstorms.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're back in the room. Several of the jurors who have conflicts are being excused. Trina agrees to dismiss a juror. Lori does not respond. The judge says, I'm going to observe the defendant. Her mannerisms appear perfectly normal in front of the jury, but when the jury is not here, she can no longer speak. Lori does not speak. When Lori does speak, she does not talk into the microphone, and the judge has to ask her to repeat herself. The judge says a batch of jurors will be excused. We will now take a break so the defendant can rest up. We will resume at 1:30 p.m. That's 3:30 our time.
So that's 4:30 my time?
Yep.
Wow.
That's an hour and a half. I don't want to stop because we have all of y'all on here.
Is this our 4 o'clock, Judge?
Yeah.
So she'll start at 3:30 and then 3:30.
No. I have the Karen Reed trial during the day, and they stop at 4 o'clock my time. So when they stop, I'm going to go directly into the Lori Daybell in the morning, and we'll zoom through it like we've done in the past.
Oh.
How do you spell that sandstorm thing?
HABOOB. I think. Kaboom.
Oh my gosh.
Did you
You ain't
find it?
kidding.
Yeah, it's like a wall of dirt. It's just what it is. Sure, we're lovely people. Shut your mouth, Ada K. You're going to get a fly.
Oh, wow.
That's exactly what it was like.
There is no court tomorrow for Karen Reed. Yay, we get a day off.
Look at that. Look at that. Get rid of the ads. Go away, ads. Yeah.
OMG, y'all.
All right, check this out now. A giant dust storm moved through southeastern Arizona yesterday. You're looking at time lapse of the dust cloud. That storm knocked out power to about 11,000 customers. The wall of dust delayed high school football games and halted traffic. It also came as most of the valley under an excessive heat warning.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mark Rogandino.
Wow, that's insane. See, now, I'm a storm chaser. Give me hurricanes. Give me tornadoes. But this? Whoa, yo.
Your road
This?
shot.
And these people are out in it?
This is
That's gonna
amazing.
hurt.
Doesn't get any better than this.
Okay.
As a storm. All right, that would be cool to photograph. I got to confess. I'd be putting a drone up and getting it down real quick.
Turn around. Say hi.
Trey! Reed Timmer's first monster epic, the boob right here. This thing is unbelievable. On high.
Wow. That is freaking insane.
And we had like 3 of them in one summer.
Oh, this will be
This
cool.
is really cool. I mentioned a photo that perfectly explains why we saw that crazy video of that dust storm making its way on
This is cool.
through. So
We're-
take a look at this shot.
Y'all, this is what on my channel I'll call a brain cleanse. Okay. We're having a break from trial. We're having a little brain cleanse. So please don't go away. Please stay with us. We will be live when they come back into court, but we are having a little bit of a brain cleanse. Then I want to go and show. While we're doing this, I'm looking for another Daybell video.
Incredible, right? This is obviously from a pilot. This is from back on Sunday night, about 7 p.m. local time here in Phoenix, of course, in the heart of the desert. So what's going on here and why are we seeing this? I'm going to kind of show this to you. First of all, of course, here you've got yourself a thunderstorm, right? But the thunderstorm at this point, we're late in the day, we're losing the sunlight, the storm starting to collapse. And as a result, when you get a collapsing thunderstorm, you get those cool winds that rush on out. So you're getting winds that come on down. They're called downbursts. You get those downbursts, they hit the ground, and then they rush on out. They pick up all the clay, all the sand, all the sediment here in the desert, and they pick it up and they transport it. Those winds going 20, 30, 40, sometimes even up to 50, 60 miles an hour as they rush out. You ever stood outside in the middle of a summer thunderstorm or kind of ahead of a summer thunderstorm? You often feel that cool rush of wind. That same wind is what causes what you are seeing here. That dust storm picks up all that sand and it transports it ahead in the direction of where that storm is moving, in this case, towards the Phoenix area. Incredible, but dust storms can also be dangerous. Quarter-mile visibility can often be seen with this, quarter mile or less. So you ever get a dust storm like this? Stay off of the roadways. Just pull on
Really?
over because you don't let that
No.
roll its way on through. Wanted to explain that quickly to you.
Yeah.
Really? I am looking for the video where she gets really salty with the judge. This will be the one, I believe.
1242001. This is State versus Lori Daybell. Appearances, please.
Trinity K on behalf of the state, and for the record, the victim is appearing virtually.
Thank you.
Lori Daybell for the defense.
Pamela Hicks, Advisory Council.
Thank you. There was this got set very quickly. There was a media request that I became aware of in passing, literally on my way over here. I don't have a written request. I have not read all my email because I've been on the bench this morning. Do you want to make a record with regards to the media request from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, from the defense?
No.
Okay. I don't see anyone here. I thought we would address it on the record, but I don't see anyone present from the media. Okay, I assume there's no objection if they come in. Ms. Kay?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Daybell?
I always object to them, yes.
Oh, you object to them?
Always.
Okay. Is there anything you want to
Always.
put on the record?
No.
All right.
Always.
My thought is if they come in, we can address it. All right. The court's, this is the oral argument on Ms. Daybell's motion for change of judge for cause. The court's in receipt of and has reviewed motion to disqualify judge. This was filed on May 20th, and the state's response to defendant's motion to disqualify judge. Ms. Daybell, I've read your motion. In summary, the way I read it, you're asking for the court to remove Judge Boreski for cause under Rule 10.1. You cite several reasons, specifically that he's denied various motions. You mentioned facial expressions. You mentioned a belt and his not allowing you to remove it. You assert that he violated your speedy trial. There's a mention of religious persecution and an allegation of personal bias. So you're going to get, and then the state's response is that simply that the defendant does not establish judicial bias, appearance of bias, or fundamental error. Of course, under Rule 10.1, the court is evaluating whether or not Judge Boreski can be fair and impartial and whether he can conduct a fair and impartial trial in this matter. So I'm aware of the allegations. You'll have the opportunity to go first, then I'll allow the state and to address the court, and then you'll have the last word. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Daybell.
Okay. I did file this motion in this.
I'm sorry, can you pull the microphone so I can hear you?
Sorry. I did file this motion in this affidavit after several attempts to, I made an oral motion with Judge Boreski and asked him to recuse himself because of the bias and prejudice that I had seen during our last trial and throughout the whole entire time that he has been the judge over all of these cases. And he refused to do so. So I thought I needed to put it in writing and put all my points in that I felt like were causing him to be biased and prejudiced against me, and that obviously you've read it, so you've seen all the different things that I put. There was an actual comment during trial when I was cross-examining one of the witnesses where he said to me directly after an objection from this state that I was comparing myself to biblical prophets, which I absolutely was not doing. And
bull crap. I call BS on that. Not only were you comparing yourself to biblical prophets, you elevated yourself to almost a godlike status. What the hell?
I didn't even realize it until someone showed it to me on the FTR afterwards that he had even said that, because I was in the middle of questioning the witness. And so there's several times that he made comments directly to me. I tried to address this with him directly in our last hearing on May 14th, where I asked him why he had denied every single motion that I had ever filed in the last year and a half. And he said that my motions had no merit. I asked him if my prior defense team, that he denied all of their motions, that they had no merit as well. And then I asked him, my prior defense team before that, all the motions they filed were denied, and did they have no merit at all either? And I asked him again if he would recuse himself from this case so that I could get a judge that was impartial and fair and have a fair trial. That is my right, my 6th Amendment right and my 14th Amendment right to have a fair trial, an impartial trial, and not a judge who has some kind of bias against me.
All right, anything else? Thank you.
Judge, just the prior defense motions almost all exclusively dealt with motions to preclude the media. Judge Boreski applied the appropriate law in finding that the media had a right to be present and tried to limit it by saying things like they couldn't focus on the defendant's papers or things like that to mitigate any of the concerns by the defendant. All of the defendant's motions that she has filed have been without legal basis. They've been appropriately ruled on, and the state's motions that the state has won have been ruled on based upon, again, legal basis. So the fact, as the court is well aware, that the defendant has had all of the motions ruled against has no basis for bias if they're all been ruled on based upon the rules of law and the rules of evidence. So we see nothing that the defendant has provided here that would rise to a level to preclude or recuse Judge Bresky from this case.
Thank you. Ms. Daybell, you can have the last word.
Yes, also, along those lines, Your Honor, that's one thing that I asked Judge Bresky is that he has denied all these motions with no finding of fact and no conclusion of law. I said, what is the finding of fact and conclusion of law? These are just denied, 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 denied. He's also denied several attempts for me to try to ask the state for discovery that he's just denied outright. And then as I keep filing more and more, as I find out what we don't have and I ask for it, I'm continually, even to last week, getting brand new discovery with brand new Bates numbers, stuff that they realized they never even had before that hadn't been turned over. And I've been asking Judge Bresky for these items for a year and a half. And I'm getting them 1 week before trial. We start picking our jury today. We're supposed to be doing our strikes today. And along those lines, I had this motion about the RAC belt that I had asked him about since we went through this whole trial, and there was times when the belt didn't fit around me, so it fell out of my clothing. We had to stop trial and I had to go fix it. And that is what MCSO recommended, that if that was too burdensome, that they would put an armed guard in the back. And because of the media that Judge Bresky has let into every single one of the hearings and the trial, that they already have an armed guard back there. So it wasn't going to cost the state any more money. It wasn't going to cost anything if he just had them remove the belt and went over the security that the MCSO actually recommended. Every single thing that I asked for has been denied. I feel like he does have a personal bias against me, and all I'm asking for, I went through a whole trial with him, even thinking he was biased against me before the trial started. I filed for a new motion because it came to our attention through the media. The media sent Judge Bresky a clip of one of the jurors saying that he found out about my prior convictions beforehand, before his deliberations. And this is the same exact juror who was brought in twice during trial by Judge Bresky, where he had to admonish him for, one, being on his phone, and two, talking to one of the other jurors about the case. And now he's saying, well, he went on another media thing and said that he took it back. He took back what he said, so I'm not going to give you a new trial, and nothing was done about it. He refused to call them in and have a hearing and put him on the stand under oath and ask him if he found out this information prior to deliberations. It was very confusing, and everything is just outright denied. I want to go to trial. I want to have a fair trial, as fair as possible. I don't feel like I can do that with Judge Bresky, and I would like to be appointed a new judge who wouldn't know anything about the case and be fair and as impartial as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I've considered the written motion and the response, and certainly your comments today from both sides. Ms. Daybell, I find that the fact that you disagree with Judge Bresky's substantive legal rulings is not a valid basis under Rule 10.1 to grant your motion and give you a new judge. The standard in 10.1 is, has he demonstrated he can't be fair and impartial? And the fact that his rulings have not gone your way is not a valid basis to suggest that he can't be fair and impartial.
Whoa, I like this woman.
Unless there's some other allegation of bias that's been demonstrated, I don't find on this record that it has been demonstrated. I certainly understand your frustration with the way that the rulings have come out, and it sounds like the way that they came out with prior counsel. But the things that you have cycled through at length in your motion to disqualify. I've considered all of them. Whether or not he should have ruled differently, for example, the example you gave with the juror, or with making findings of fact and conclusions of law in writing, some of the issues you have. If you have concerns about his substantive legal rulings, you can file a motion to reconsider, or you can take them up on appeal. You can file a special action. You have a number of legal remedies at your disposal where you can make those arguments, but they're not grounds under Rule 10.1 to get a new judge. So I am going to deny your motion. Again, as for your concern about his substantive legal rulings, you can address those concerns in a different way, but it would not be under a 10.1. And on this record, I don't find that he's demonstrated that he can't be fair and that he can't be impartial. I also wanted to address the comment that he made that you illustrated. That comment alone doesn't demonstrate that he can't be fair and impartial. I'm not exactly sure of the context where he made it, but it sounds like he let you ask a question with regards to religion, and that was his decision. But again, I don't think even that demonstrates that he can't be fair or impartial in this case. All right, so I'm denying the request to disqualify Judge Boreski under Rule 10.1. Is there anything else from the state? No, Your Honor. Anything else, Ms. Daybell? Nope. Thank you, we are adjourned.
Thank you. We are adjourned. Well, we're going to go back over here and finish up with this guy. He's got a lot of good information. I like his input, so we're going to do that. But that said, we are going to be filling in until about 3:30 when my time, about another hour and 15 minutes. Miss Diane, if you don't want to interpret if there's captioning, the deaf person said they will return at 3:30. Can we get you back on? Are you okay with that?
I'm fine. I can look up some.
People have no idea how tiring it is. Usually we switch off every 15 minutes.
Yeah, and I just did 4 hours this morning.
So I'm going to mute you. I'll leave you. I'm going to leave you in the back office. Wave when you want to come back on.
Okay.
We will get back with you then. We have captioning, and if the deaf person returns, I will instant message you.
All right.
Rich, why don't we start with how did you meet Brandon? How did you get involved in this case?
Well, Brandon.
By the way, I could not imagine having to deal with her as a jailer, and that between her and Sarah Boone, honey. Oh, business, Sarah Boone, Lori Daybell, Monica Simatilli.
Reached out to me back in October of 2019. He contacted us, said he needed some help, wanted to meet with me on a weekend. And so went down to my office on a Sunday, and he came in and just started telling this incredible story of cults and murder and just bizarre stuff. And I was having a hard time actually keeping up with what he was trying to tell me. He was clearly anxious and fearful. He had just been shot at, and he was convinced that somebody might try again, and he was in danger. His kids were in danger, and he didn't know what was going on and where it was going to come from. So he was looking for help.
So this was just a matter of days after that attempted shooting on his life.
Yeah, I think it's like maybe a week or so later. He didn't feel like the Gilbert police were doing enough and quickly enough.
And so at the time, did you all know, did he know that JJ and Tylee were missing?
No. We knew that, I mean, my focus at that point was finding Brandon's wife, Melanie, finding Alex Cox, and finding the Jeep, because those were everything involved in the shooting against Brandon. So I did. I found Alex and Melanie together, loading up furniture at a house that Melanie had been renting, and they loaded it up in this U-Haul. I never saw the Jeep because, as it turns out, it was already in Rexburg. And so, you know, I knew about the kids in those first conversations, and I knew about Kay Woodcock, and I knew that she had not had contact with the kids, and it was just sort of added to the story. At that point, Charles Vallow had been dead for a couple of months, and he was convinced that that was a murder, even though the local police were viewing it more as a self-defense. So he wasn't getting any satisfaction. He really didn't know what was going on.
Now, as a
So-
private investigator, at that point, what do you do? Because it seems like it's a complicated story. Your client almost lost his life. At that point, no one knows if the kids are dead or alive or whatever, and you're focused on Brandon's case. How did you begin that initial investigation?
Well, the first off was just to try to find Melanie, and I knew that she had this rental house, so I went to that neighborhood and just started talking to neighbors and leaving my car. And I checked out the house. It looked like somebody had just left. There was still towels hanging on the fence out by the swimming pool. There was some kids' bikes there, and it looked like somebody had just gone grocery shopping. There was no car in the garage. The garage door had windows, and I could see in there. There was no car, and the neighbors were telling me that they hadn't seen her in a couple of weeks. And so I just left my car. Said, if you see anything, let me know. Then I made contact with Melanie Gibb. Because I was aware from what Brandon said that Melanie Gibb was part of that small group of people with Lori and Melanie Boudreaux. And so I went and knocked on Melanie Gibb's door, tracked her down, and told her I was looking for Melanie Boudreaux. And she said she didn't know anything about it, told me to leave, basically. Wouldn't talk to me anymore. I slipped my card under the security door, and I left. I assumed, just based on her reaction, that she was on the phone with Melanie before I ever even hit the end of the sidewalk. It was just that kind of reaction. So I figured at that point the word was out that I was looking for people. And then I found, I was out on Halloween trick-or-treating with my grandkids, and I started getting phone calls from the neighbors saying there's a U-Haul backed up to Melanie's house. So that's when I headed down there, and that's when I saw Alex and Melanie together loading furniture. And that lasted into the next day. They came back and loaded more. They left a bunch of stuff out on the curb, a bunch of kids' toys and clothes with a little cardboard sign on it that said free. And that was kind of creepy. I followed them to a restaurant and watched them, kind of sat at a table next to them and watched them interacting. They seemed pretty stressed. I followed them to Zulima's house. That's where they were staying. They parked the U-Haul outside of her house. They stayed there overnight. And they took a weird kind of trip up east of Phoenix the next day, came back and stashed the U-Haul in a parking lot outside of a sporting goods store for a day. And I was actually sitting in the parking lot watching that U-Haul when they showed up, Alex and her.
Y'all, we hit 2,900 subscribers. Woo! Y'all are amazing. Oh my gosh, y'all, look. We have been stuck, which happens. It happens. We have hit 2,908 subscribers. Thank you. Thank you so much. You have blessed me.
And
you
they got
made
out.
my day.
Alex got into the U-Haul carrying a duffel bag, military style duffel bag. And she got back in her car and they drove off and headed straight to Rexburg.
Wow.
Yeah,
so is that kind of the first sign or signal you had that they're moving to Idaho? Yeah,
we knew that that Lori had already moved up there, and presumably with the kids, and that's what Kay was saying. And of course, the trick there is the reason I knew that they were headed to Rexburg was while they were loading the furniture into that U-Haul, I slipped a GPS unit onto that.
Thank
U-Haul.
you. I hope to see you.
And so I was watching everyone.
Little Whiskers, Canada. I hope to see you more too.
Where they went, and but the scary part was that Brandon had left Arizona with the kids and gone to his parents' house outside of Salt Lake City. So we knew that Alex and Melanie were running around knocking on doors all over the Phoenix area at former friend's house looking for the kids. She even posted on social media offering a reward for information about where the presence of her kids. But Brandon was hiding them. Now they're in a U-Haul headed straight in that direction. Watched them head out of Arizona, straight north to Flagstaff, across the border. We had no idea if they'd gotten information and maybe headed toward Brandon and the kids. So it was like air traffic control from here. I was on the phone with the American Fork Police. We had vehicle identification. I had pictures of everybody. I knew what the license plate was. I knew about Alex's criminal history. I provided all this information to the American Fork Police, and they were ready. They were positioned all over the place. And then we, on GPS, watched them drive right straight past. They were within a few miles of the house where Brandon and those kids were. And they kept going. They never stopped. They stopped once at a yogurt shop south of Salt Lake, but otherwise kept right on moving, and right through Salt Lake, I had an investigator physically following them through Salt Lake City, all the way to the Idaho border.
Wow.
And then they just kept going. Now, once they got to Rexburg, they went right straight to the apartment or that townhouse complex where we knew that at that point we knew that Lori was there. So it was clear they were all getting together there. That's when Kay asked about the kids. At that point, up to now, I'd been looking for adults, but Brandon had talked to Kay about what we were doing, and so then we turned our attention to trying to find the kids. And I had contacted a retired FBI agent I knew up in Pocatello who started poking around up there and scoping things out and trying to find the kids. He went to JJ's school, talked to a school principal, I believe, and we found out that the kids had just not been seen.
Yeah.
And so it was just after a discussion, they decided to contact Rexburg.
Yeah, this is something that I've wondered about, and that is, they looked at her, okay? You know that they looked at her, but the thing is that they obviously did not have enough evidence to go after her. Melody, is that her name? Melanie, yeah. They did not have enough evidence to go after Melody. So there you go. But I would not be surprised that depending on what's said in trial and what's done, they may take a second look at her. But she did gain insurance money if this was successful, but they didn't have enough evidence.
Police.
That's where it
asked for
is.
that welfare check.
They just didn't
And
have
that's
enough
when
evidence
everything
to do
changed.
anything with her.
Right. Yeah. JJ had gone for a few days, I believe, and then Lori pulled him out saying she was going to homeschool him. Did you and did Brandon believe from the beginning that it was Alex who tried to shoot him out of that Jeep?
Yes, Brandon believed it was Alex.
And did you believe, or did you know how intricately involved Lori was in all of it?
No, I mean, it frankly, the person in any of these kinds of cases, you always ask who benefits. And in this case, it was clearly his wife, Melanie. She wanted the kids, and he had $1 million life insurance policy. And he knew that Charles Vallow had $1 million life insurance policy, and that Alex Cox had just killed him. During all this, also, shots were fired at Tammy Daybell.
Right.
And then she died
Hi,
in her sleep.
Tracy. Thanks for
While all
joining.
this is going on. So now we got, people just dropping dead, and the kids are missing, and there's insurance stuff going all around. But really our focus was on Melanie at that point, thinking that she would be the one that would benefit. She was under the influence of Lori. There was no doubt about that. And you knew that they were all together up there. So it just sort of looked like one large conspiracy. And as to why, Alex didn't have any beef with Brandon directly, but he was the guy who pulled the trigger on Charles. He recognized the Jeep because he knew that was Charles' Jeep that Charles had given to Tylee, and had Texas plates on it still. That Jeep showed up on some license plate reader cameras around town prior to that shooting. And then it was just kind of this circumstantial situation that really kind of pointed to it being Alex driving that Jeep.
Do you remember at what point when you realized, wow, Lori is involved in all of this, or at least, leading it or whatever her involvement is? Or was that kind of a gradual thing as you're learning step by step?
Well, I mean, we knew that she was involved in Charles' death. Mm-hmm. That was pretty clear. And it was a heck of a coincidence that Tammy Daybell died at that time. And so it just looked like this group, that they had plans. These dark spirits were being eliminated. And so that's, who was doing what, who was pulling the strings. That was not clear. Was it really Chad? Was he the cult leader, if you will, or was it Lori? Was it them together? How many people were involved in this thing? We really didn't know. There was a lot more questions than there were answers in those early days of it. But Charles had left a lot of information before he died. He was so worried, so convinced that he was going to be killed that he changed the life insurance policy so that Lori couldn't get it, and then he gave
that was huge in the last trial when he had changed, when she had found out that he had changed the life insurance policy. And, Lori was beside herself angry, just absolutely gobsmacked. And then when she found out who got it, really made it worse. One of your comments was, I wonder if Lori's going to have an attitude with Brandon as she's has to question him. I'm so curious. Well, she doesn't have to. She can refuse. She can say no questions, Your Honor. But I think she's going to go after him like she did her brother. And I can't stand to look at green enchiladas now. Every time I see green enchiladas, I go, blah.
All
I
of
don't
his
like them anyway.
account
But that's
information
sealed the
and
deal.
passwords and everything to Kay Woodcock. Well, she shared those with me, and I started monitoring the Amazon account. And that's when we saw him buy these wedding rings, the infamous green jade,
The malachite.
the malachite before Tammy Daybell was dead. They were buying these rings, and in fact, they bought a man's ring and a woman's ring, and she returned the man's ring because it was the wrong size, and they had to get another one. But she was using Charles Vallow's Amazon account to buy all this stuff, and she was listing the address in Hawaii for the stuff to be sent to. So we were sort of from a distance. I mean, we were monitoring all of this movement, and of course passing information on to law enforcement as it developed. And then of course the Jeep, Rexburg police found this Jeep at that complex and took it into custody. It was being sought by Gilbert police, so there was a law enforcement cooperation there. And we found it very interesting that none of that group reported that Jeep being stolen. It was in custody of Rexburg police, but they didn't call anybody to say, hey, our Jeep's missing out of the garage up here.
That's a good point. Yeah. You think you call the police if you woke up one morning and your car's not in your driveway.
Right. Exactly. And it wasn't. So that was kind of an interesting, we were kind of laughing about that a little bit, but.
So when all this is happening and no one's quite sure of who's where, or no one's been arrested and people are worried for their safety, what do you tell Brandon? I mean, what do you advise your client to do? Because he's got to live day to day.
Yeah, well, he was definitely in hiding. Basically, it was lay low. Our best bet was to keep an eye on where everybody was. And of course we knew that Lori and Chad had taken off to Hawaii. We knew about the wedding in Vegas, where everybody got married all at once, and so we were just kind of keeping an eye on them. But she did find out. She showed up at that house where Brandon and the kids were staying. This was at Brandon's parents' house. She showed up there, almost got herself killed. She was in the garage, and Brandon's dad walked out in the garage to find this person standing there. He heard noises.
You're talking about Melanie.
I'm sorry, Melanie. Did I say Lori?
Yeah.
No, Melanie was in the garage. So she found out, and Alex was parked just down the street. Melanie got charged with trespassing on that incident.
She came to get her kids.
Yeah, she came to get the kids. She'd been after the kids the whole time. And then, of course, all of this stuff gets laid out in the divorce proceedings that Brandon filed. And that became a big deal because he was laying out this potential conspiracy that he believes still at that point that Melanie was a co-conspirator at the very group, he was in danger and his kids were in danger. And that was the argument he was making in his divorce action in court here in Phoenix to get sole custody of the kids. All of this religion stuff became a part of that case. And it was touted, it became a very aggressive case. Melanie had attorneys that held a press conference and blasted Brandon and got themselves in trouble with the state bar over how they handled that case. And so it did play out a bit, even, everybody's focused on these criminal trials against Lori, but a lot of this played out in those divorce pleadings.
Why do you think Melanie hasn't been charged?
Well, clearly there isn't evidence.
Well, now that's a point that we're going to talk about. This is where I wanted to go with this, and I'm just waiting for them to get to it. Why wasn't Melody clearly charged?
The whole case is a conspiracy case, and it's circumstantial. So, Brandon believes that was the Jeep, and Brandon believes that Alex was in it. But they're really, unlike the shooting of Charles Vallow, where there's no question about who was firing the gun, there really is, from a legal perspective, there is a question here. So it's just, how sure is his testimony? How certain is he of that? So the circumstantial case to prove the conspiracy has got to be in some kind of communications that were going on between all these actors. It had to be, if Alex was in that Jeep, there had to be, that doesn't mean, Lori. I mean, they could use location data from cell phone towers, for instance, but that wouldn't put Lori there. That would potentially put Alex there, but not Lori. And yet, so there had to be some kind of text messaging or something going on there. And I'm not privy to what the disclosures have been, even in this case. But there had to be some kind of communications between them that are specific enough that could be a reasonable inference could be drawn about what they were planning to do or had done. But obviously, Melanie is not a part of that. Whatever there must not have been sufficient evidence to suggest that she and Alex and Lori all conspired together. Now,
so from what I understand, and once again, I'm not a lawyer. I may be one soon. But from what I understand is some people don't understand why is Lori not up for DP when in fact her husband is and did get DP that's for the attempted red room. And the thing is, it's a level of evidence and the fact that he's the one that was found guilty in the court of law with the weapon in hand and all of that. Lori, the only evidence that they're going to have is not the weapon in hand, but the email communications, maybe some recordings if they have it, where she's involved with the planning and that she knew about it. So planning and know about it does not equate to the level of physically attempting to do it. So therefore, she is not up for the DP, as far as I know. And that's kind of a, I believe that if you've been found guilty of so many red rooms, more than 2, I think you should automatically elevate you to DP, in my humble opinion. But my humble opinion means nothing. But in my humble opinion, I firmly believe that anybody who has been found guilty of multiple red rooms and is on trial again for a red room case should automatically get a DP. I don't know. We'll see what they do. That's my own humble opinion.
Now, with Chad, you could say probably that Chad, that's why they're not charging him.
And we saw that in the Charles Vallow murder case that there was text messaging.
Oh, that's right. My bad. And by the way, I'm migraining right now, so please forgive me. You're right, honey. 2,800. He did get the DP for that, but didn't he? But back to the conspiracy. The train of thought is for me. If you have been found guilty for multiple red rooms and you are up for charges that concern conspiracy or red room again, I believe it should go straight to DP. He got DP for the unaliving of the 2 children and his first wife. She did not.
That went on that
I don't know why she didn't.
Linked all of these together. And I suspect more of that is going to come out in this particular trial, but it probably will not include Melanie.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Haley Mouse. Honestly, I did not know we were going to be live this long today. And it's a blessing, and I'm so grateful for all of you. My food is en route, and I will have something in my stomach, and hopefully this headache will go away. But I am I am so loving having all of you here today. We've made a lot of new friends, and thank you so very much for being here.
If she wasn't representing herself, if she had a defense team, this would be an easier case to defend than any of the others because it is a kind of a circumstantial and conspiracy case. Her defense team could be pointing at Melanie and could be pointing at Alex. And, unless there's something really tangible, some communication with Lori and Alex that put her in the driver's seat of getting rid of Brandon for whatever reason, who knows? I mean, pure speculation on my part, but she was unable to collect the life insurance policy on Charles. But they knew that Brandon had a similar amount of money. I think that if they needed the money and they were already saying that Brandon was a dark spirit, that does sort of give Lori a financial motive to go after Brandon, to to help the cause, to finance the cause, if you will.
Well, in all of these trials, you'd think they really could have gone after Alex a lot more. He's not here to defend himself. He really did do the dirty, quote unquote.
Yeah, and if anybody was, he should have been the boogeyman in this case.
Yeah,
he was the easy guy to blame. But the problem with Alex is he didn't have a motive directly. But the biggest problem is Lori herself lying to the police about where the kids were while they were missing. She wasn't out looking for them, and she deliberately giving diversionary information to law enforcement at the time that they're missing. That puts her smack in the middle of the conspiracy.
Rich, did you think the children were alive? Oh.
You know what? Come to think of it, I think you're right, Ronnie. That's what I thought. DP was taken off the table because she'd been found incompetent to withstand trial, and then was found competent, but the judge was not comfortable with doing the DP just in case. Yeah, I think that's right. You're right. Yeah. I think it had to do with her mental status. That's what happened. Now my bell's been rung. I got it.
The longer that they were missing, the less likely it was. And given what was going on up there,
yes,
you get a little cynical after doing this for a long time, and all indications were that it was pointing in that direction. And but you're always holding out hope. I think law enforcement knew fairly early on where the kids likely were. They were saying things like they had to wait till the snow melted.
Right.
So I think there was some understanding or some belief that that's where they were going to find them.
Were you surprised just how horrific the murders were, the conditions of the children's bodies?
Oh yeah, what happened to those kids was horrifying. It was horrifying that they were murdered, but then to the brutality of the post-mortem kind of brutality was just horrifying. It's hard to fathom how anybody could do that to another person, let alone children they're related to. It is mind-boggling to learn how you ever reconcile that stuff. It's even killing of Tammy Daybell was certainly bad. It was a suffocation, strangulation, whatever there, and then the shooting of Charles. Those are all pretty quick and rapid, but then this, you're dismembering and you're burning and wrapping them in plastic and burying them. It's just, oh man.
Yeah.
That's the part that is, I'm sure that Brandon and Kay and others wake up in the middle of the night with these images. It's just too horrifying and too painful to think about.
Yeah, when you've seen them, you don't forget them. Brandon really is lucky to be alive.
He's the only survivor in this thing.
Right.
If you think about it, he came very close. I mean, that bullet struck the window just above his head, and
had his window been down,
right?
Anything. I mean, had he been an inch? I mean, you always go through these what if scenarios.
What ifs, yeah. But I mean, he was in the same situation as Tammy. She escaped death apparently
a
few weeks before, but it came back after her in a different way. So could that have? I think that's one of the things that was really in Brandon's mind too. That this wasn't necessarily a one-off.
Yeah.
So it was definitely a scary time, and then to see them traveling toward where he was that day, when following that U-Haul all the way up, watching him going right toward that house where he was staying with the kids. That's there was some pucker time there. I was sitting in Phoenix watching the movements and coordinating with police and everything else, and we were holding our breath as to whether there was a confrontation coming.
Is it hard to believe that it's been almost 6 years since you started this?
That is the crazy part. Yeah, it is hard to believe. And once law enforcement was involved, I kind of, I stepped away from doing some active investigation on it because I didn't want to stomp all over, law enforcement investigation. There was no purpose of that. You had multiple agencies involved at that point, but we cooperated with them, and to the extent our information was helpful, I mean, it great. But then watching the whole criminal process was kind of interesting just to watch from, because normally I do criminal defense work mostly. So I'm usually sitting at the defense table with people like Lori and Chad. And I kept watching all of this thinking, how would I defend this case? What would I be doing on their defense teams? And I was not impressed. I was just not impressed with what happened in Idaho or or certainly down here with her representing herself. But even in the Idaho cases, it seemed like there was a lot more they could have and should have done. But in challenging the forensics, they did very little of that. But it was the right result. I mean, based on all the evidence, it's regardless of whether she had a better defense team and whether she had a good defense team down here instead of herself. I think she was going to get convicted regardless.
Yeah. Do you think that we'll actually have a trial that begins this week?
I don't know how sick she is. At a certain point, because of the problem with the jury pool, they've already sort of pared down the jury pool based on this group's availability to sit through certain dates. If this thing pushes into that July 4th time frame, then you're going to lose a whole bunch of prospective jurors.
You will.
So there's a good chance that if she's sick more than a week or so, they may have to push this off into the fall.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me. But
I mean,
this
that's the
stuff
thought.
happens. This stuff happens. Yeah.
It does happen, and the jurors could come again on Wednesday. But like the judge said today, how much longer can you ask them to keep coming back? And then you've got to schedule courtrooms. You've got to. There's a whole lot more than just. Okay,
well, luckily, we already know the answer to that. Luckily, the answer is this: we have court today. That we are moving forward. They are on break for another probably 30, 40 minutes. We are just hanging out, taking a breather, and then they're going to come back. And for sure, opening statements will be tomorrow.
Other scheduling.
I've heard contradiction in time. Someone said 10 a.m., someone said 1 p.m. So as soon as we have a confirmed time of opening statements, we'll know.
Conflicts. I mean, the judge himself is scheduling his other trials around this one. The prosecutor has got other cases. I mean, there's so many moving parts to trials and picking out trial dates that once you have a slot that you can drop one in, you do everything you can to preserve that slot, because it's going to screw up all kinds of things if you don't.
Well, as you said earlier, if it's going to happen where someone gets sick, I guess now is the ideal time rather than once it's started.
Yeah, because once you've started and paneled the jury, then prejudice attaches and you have to declare a mistrial. And then lots of things change. At least at this point, it's just a matter of moving the schedule and bringing in a new pool, and the jury commissioner can certainly do that.
Right. Rich, can you give everybody a little bit of your background just so they understand how you got involved in becoming a private investigator?
Oh, okay. Well, I was a journalist for almost 30 years. I was an investigative reporter at the Arizona Republic. I was the head of the investigative team for about a decade. Went off and did television for about 5 years, and then after all those years decided that kind of wanted to strike out on my own. So a guy told me about private investigations work, and I looked at that and thought, well, it's the same skill set. And so I did that, and this is my 25th year as a private investigator. So I did almost as much time as a PI as I had as a journalist.
No wonder you're such a good interview. Now, tell me, is there anything in this trial that you're most looking forward to learning or hearing?
I guess it's that digital evidence. I'm not privy to what it is that puts Lori in the conspiracy. I think it's going to be.
That's where I want to go to.
That digital, the phone communications, maybe some cell tower location data. That's probably more what's going to resonate with this. There's no real ballistics to do. There's no trajectory because there's so many unknowns that and frankly that stuff doesn't even put Alex at the scene. So I don't think they recovered any bullets that were forensically able to do any kind of analysis and link it to a suspect weapon, for example. I don't know enough about and you may know this, as to what, if any, GSR was done on the Jeep, any gunshot residue, whether or not was done and whether it was consistent. That's another area that could be challenged from a defense perspective. But it really, I'm very curious about the communications between Lori and Alex. I think that's going to be what makes or breaks this case.
My thanks to Rich for being such a good interview and sharing all of that information for us. And we will see just what comes out as court begins, hopefully tomorrow. Okay, I have an announcement. If you follow me on Facebook or X, you probably saw this earlier today, but I'm so excited to share with you that I am going to CrimeCon with these standard, so comfortable, and anywhere in the world they can ship.
Okay, so we're done with that. I do want you guys, some of you may not have seen this spiciness of a hearing that was a few days ago, well, about a week ago, I think, with Lori Daybell, when she and the judge got into it. By the way, just for some of you who don't know, I have been sitting here since 8 o'clock this morning. So I am going to continue to munch on my lunch for a minute. And then I will get back. I mean, I'm going to still be here, but we're going to be listening to this. We're taking a little breather while court is getting ready to go and come back and continue with the jury selection.
Phase, from my understanding, that we did over my objection last time.
Well, we actually didn't do an aggravation phase.
Well, I stipulated to it.
You stipulated to it.
Correct. But in adding it to, at the end of trial, a whole guilt phase for aggravators, my understanding is that in January, the state filed their motion, the state's allegation of aggravating circumstances, right? And then my understanding is that that can be brought to the jury during guilt phase. And so, but it hasn't been brought to them yet because it's after the indictment. So it needs to have probable cause hearing, which is the 13.5 hearing. So we need to have a probable cause hearing so that we can add that to the guilt phase, and that's something that gets taken to the jury after probable cause has been found for these aggravators that are alleged.
I think you're referring to the rules for capital cases when there's aggravators filed in death penalty cases.
Don't you just love it when she thinks she can quote law and tell the judge about procedural issues?
Correct.
You're entitled to a probable cause hearing depending on the aggravator. This is not a capital case.
I know it's not a capital case, and in normal capital cases, you don't have an aggravation phase either, right? Only in a capital case.
Actually, you have a guilt phase, and then you have a mitigation aggravation phase.
Actually, I have a guilt phase, an aggravation phase, and a penalty phase.
Right.
If the aggravators aren't found as a completely separate independent hearing, then there's no penalty phase.
So with the statute for this charge only being the one statute, what are you getting out of the aggravation phase? I don't understand.
Well, first of all, the jury in the initial phase doesn't determine whether or not it's a dangerous felony, which they need to find. And then the aggravators, I think the state has a right to attempt to prove those to the jury, to offset any mitigation or to be weighed against mitigation at your sentencing.
And isn't that normally put together with the guilt phase? Like they would have that on the back page where it says the aggravators and the guilt?
No.
So are we going to have a whole nother aggravator phase in this case?
If the jury finds you guilty of the charge and the state wants to proceed with aggravators, yes.
And so we
do
not have to have a hearing to determine if there's probable cause for these aggravators?
No.
They're just alleged aggravators.
Correct.
And the grand jury never found probable cause for them.
Correct.
So you're saying that if the guilt phase goes through and they find you guilty, then you have an aggravator phase added to that?
That's what I said.
Okay.
Hold on.
No. Have you noticed the change in his tone of voice? He used to be so much nicer. Oh my gosh, he's so over her. And it only gets worse.
You have the allegation of aggravating.
Okay.
She talks.
On my desk.
She talks like the judge knows nothing. I love this judge. Hi, True Crime Hockey Mom. Thank you. I just got tea all over my shirt. But yes, you're so right.
Like it to be on the record clear that the rule 13.5 that
I think he needs to be declared a saint.
I'm talking about is about non-capital cases. I know in capital cases they call it a conus hearing, but this This is for non-capital case.
Are you trying to school the judge? Is she schooling the judge? She's schooling the judge. Why do you think you can school the judge? I'm flabbergasted. Schooling the judge is not permitted. Do you think you know better than the judge?
Well,
Wow.
it says under 13.5A, a defendant may challenge the legal sufficiency of the state's allegations by filing a motion under Rule 16.
Carol, no. This is a replay. I thought that button was up. My bad. This is a replay of just before trial. And this is like the pretrial motions. And she gets real snippy and he gets snippy back. This is a replay.
Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
It doesn't say you get a probable cause hearing regarding the aggravators.
Well, I'm challenging the state's allegation of aggravators by asking for a 13.5 hearing on it.
So the state's aggravators that they've alleged is that the offense involved the infliction or threatened infliction of serious physical injury. The offense involved the use, threatened use, or possession of a deadly weapon or dangerous.
Oh, no
instrument
problem,
during the
Carol.
commission of the crime,
You're
specifically
welcome.
a gun.
We love having you.
The offense involved
You're
the presence
good.
of an accomplice. The offense caused physical, emotional, or financial harm to the victim, or if the victim died as a result of the conduct of the defendant, caused emotional or financial harm to the victim's family. The next one is the defendant was previously convicted of a felony within the 10 years immediately preceding the date of the offense. This one's really not very specific. Any other factor that is relevant to the defendant's character or background. So if you were found guilty by a jury of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, which of these aggravators do you think there's not legal sufficiency for a jury to determine? Because they seem pretty inherent
I love
in the
this.
charge itself.
Ma'am, my flabbers are gasted. Ma'am. Oh,
Except for your
June,
prior
thank you
convictions,
so
which-
much. Oh,
Are you
you're going to
saying
make
you
me
don't
cry,
have the prior
June.
convictions
You're going to
within
make me
10 years?
cry. You're going to
No,
make
I'm
me
not
cry.
saying that. Which of them don't qualify for the jury
Thank you
to
so much,
make that
Boo.
determination?
Thank you.
No, you're asking for me to make a determination that there's a legal sufficiency for them to go to the jury.
Correct.
So I'm asking you, if you were found guilty by a jury of the charged offense, which of those aggravators that have been alleged by the state do you think there would not be legal sufficiency for? Because as I look at those aggravators, most of them are inherent in what you're being found guilty of. Again, if the jury found you guilty. For example, the first aggravator, it involved the infliction or threatened infliction of serious physical injury. The allegation is someone shot at the victim. That's the threatened infliction of serious physical injury. So it seems like that allegation, there's sufficient evidence for a
Not
jury to
this one.
decide whether that's
The
an
greatest
aggravator.
of all time.
The next one, the offense involved the use, threatened use, or possession of a deadly weapon or dangerous
That's
instrument
right.
during the
I
commission
can
of the
give
crime. Again, if
memberships.
you were found guilty of the charge,
That's right.
as the
I
state has
forgot.
alleged, the jury would
Why
find that
can't
a
I-
gun was used. So that's a separate aggravator, again, that would already be determined by the evidence. The state has alleged an accomplice,
do
your
that?
brother. If the jury were to find you guilty as charged, again, my understanding of the state's allegation is your brother attempted to shoot Mr. Boudreaux. You weren't in Arizona. So if the jury found you guilty of this charge, it would mean they found you guilty as an accomplice.
I forget I could do that.
If someone shot at the next aggravator, I don't think it's a leap for a jury to presume there's some sort of emotional harm. So I'm struggling with what,
I forgot I could do that.
legal sufficiency you think is lacking for a jury to make those determinations? Again, only if the jury found you guilty of the charge that you're charged with.
I understand, Your Honor, but in 13.5, right, whether capital or non-capital, the state has the burden to establish probable cause, the legal sufficiency of an amended indictment. This is an amendment. This didn't go to the grand jury. Is that correct?
Right.
So now I have the right to ask for a hearing so the probable cause can be found for these aggravators ahead of time.
So you're confusing two things.
Okay.
All right. 13.
Here we go, y'all.
Talks about amending the charge or the indictment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Your charge is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. It's not, your charge is not being amended. The jury,
Hello.
the grand jury
Welcome,
did find
Desiree.
probable cause for that charge.
Correct.
An aggravator is not an amendment to the indictment.
I tried, Carol.
It's a whole nother
I tried.
allegation.
I
It's a whole
did.
separate allegation.
I
Difference
tried.
between an aggravator and
GOAT stands for greatest of all time. You're the greatest of all time.
changing the charge that you're charged with.
I've tried, Carol.
If the state were to change the charge that you're charged with, for example, if they changed it from conspiracy to commit
Carol, do you have your gifted memberships turned on?
first-degree murder to conspiracy to commit second-degree murder, there'd probably need to be a new probable cause for it.
Correct.
Secondly, as to the allegation that it's a dangerous offense, the grand jury did make that finding because that allegation was included in the indictment that it was a dangerous offense. So there has been probable cause as to the dangerous factor.
Okay, if that is the case, then why isn't that found in the original guilt phase as opposed to having a whole nother aggravation phase after that, as if it's a capital offense? Because there's one statute,
Well, we
there's
use-
one sentence, there's no arguing the sentence, and if it's already a dangerous crime, then there's no reason to have an aggravator phase.
What do you mean
Boo.
there's no arguing and there's one sentence? I don't understand what you're saying.
There's one sentence for
Oh,
the charge. There's
No,
only
it
one sentence for
didn't.
this charge.
Oh my gosh.
And if it's already
Thank you so
classified
much,
as a
Sharon.
dangerous charge,
It
is what you're
didn't.
telling me,
Let me
right? Because
figure out
it's
why.
conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, that's a dangerous charge. The jury has already found that it's a dangerous charge. Then what is the aggravator phase finding? If it's already a dangerous charge and there's only one sentence.
does the state want to respond why the state wants to proceed with aggravators?
To start with, the jury is not going to make a finding of dangerous.
It's like, if you don't like cussing, close your ears. Bitch, please. Bitch, please. I have talked to you until I'm blue in the face. State's turn. State, do you want to have a go at this? Because I'm done. I am like, we're done, boo. We're done. State.
As part of the guilt
It's
phase per
simple.
case law.
You ain't
it's not
listening to
permitted.
me.
So the jury
Ain't
has to
you
make a
listen
separate
to you.
independent finding after they find the defendant guilty. The dangerous finding
Yep.
will include the use of a weapon and or the intentional infliction of or threatened infliction of physical injury. So at the very least, the jury has to make a finding as to dangerousness.
I agree about dangerousness. I guess the question is, why does the state want to prove up aggravators if the jury finds the defendant guilty of the charge as a dangerous offense, given the sentence?
Your Honor, in all honesty, you could ask me this, 10 years ago before Blakely was put out. As case law changes on appeals, I've had to come back before and redo a penalty phase, an aggravation phase, and re-impanel a jury. So I prefer to, since we're already going to have an aggravation phase for the dangerous allegation, to add on the other factors, and therefore I don't have to ever worry about this coming back on appeal later.
All right.
How is it not already found to be dangerous? You just said that if they find me guilty, then it will be dangerous.
I didn't say that. I said if they find you guilty, then they make a determination whether or not it's dangerous. Now, I think what I meant was when a crime involving a weapon is used, whether it's a gun, usually it's sort of a foregone conclusion that if the jury found you guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder by someone shooting at another individual, that they're 99.9% likely to find that it was a dangerous offense. But it's something the jury has to do.
Right, but usually aren't aggravators for sentencing? What other purpose does it serve in this case with this charge, with one statute? You can't give me less time, you can't give me more time, you can't do anything else except for, it's one statute.
I guess the prosecutor's saying she wants to cover her bases in case there's some change in the law and what a jury has to find or not find for purposes of sentencing. And they have the right to proceed with aggravators. All right, you're right in that if you're found guilty of this charge at this level, you get one sentence. But who knows what a court of appeals would do in the future if aggravators or things weren't presented. I don't know that what would be presented at a sentencing phase from your side or from the state's side, but it sounds like the prosecutor's wanting to cover her bases.
So then I'm not entitled to a hearing before trial starts to find probable cause for these aggravators that were not taken to the grand jury initially?
All right,
I'm asking.
I'm trying to explain it to you. The jury did find probable cause that this was a dangerous offense. It's included in your indictment. So they did find.
They didn't find these specific aggravators being a dangerous offense, and these specific aggravators
what I said,
are different,
what I was saying?
right?
I didn't interrupt you. Can I finish? Okay.
Calm it down, girlfriend.
The jury did find probable cause on the dangerous allegation. All right. You're not entitled to a probable cause hearing on the other aggravators.
When is conspiracy to commit murder not a dangerous crime?
When someone says they're going to choke someone to death and they don't actually do it, it's not a dangerous crime.
So,
no dangerous instrument or deadly weapon was used.
So because some instrument may or may not have been used in this crime, it's considered a dangerous crime?
Right.
And these aggravators that talk about something totally different don't have to be found after that it's found a dangerous crime?
Correct.
And that is supported by case law?
Yes.
So that what? When you go to appeal, you can't say it was a non-dangerous crime?
All right. I don't know what to tell you. All right. There was a case that came out about 15 to 20 years ago now called Blakely that said a jury had to determine aggravating factors. Okay. Before that, a judge determined aggravating factors at sentencing. Now a jury has to determine it. The reason it's not done in the guilt phase is we don't want the jury to confuse the issues. We want the jury to decide first whether someone's guilty or not guilty, whether the state has proved its burden beyond a reasonable doubt. We don't want them to start thinking about other things like aggravators if they have questions about whether or not the person's even guilty. It tends to confuse the jury.
I would have lost my shite on her long time ago. I would have gone, bitch, please. That's my sister's favorite saying. She's deceased recently, and I use it a lot. But you're welcome. That was Miss June. But it's like, how many times do I have to say this? How many different ways do I have to say this? And how many times are you going to ignore it? If you want to be your own attorney and you think you're smart enough to be your own attorney, then what you need to do is get on the boat. You can't be half on, half out and pedaling, riding the edge of the boat. Either you're your own attorney or you're not. It's not the judge's responsibility to educate you or to hold your hand. And he's done a really good job of it. He has gone above and beyond a lot of judges would have. And his patience is that of Job.
And confuse the issues for them. So that's why we do the aggravators in a separate hearing. First, you want to make sure the state has proved its burden beyond a reasonable doubt as to your charge.
But these specific aggravators that they allege, right? The ones that you just went over.
What part of this do you not look at this guy sitting next to her? He's like, oh my God. If you give the aggravation, the specific aggravators to the jury prior to the guilt phase, it can affect you. It can influence them in a way that you're not going to like, boo.
But Your Honor, I don't understand. Why can't we just do it this way? Why does it have to be done that way? Why do the jurors have to have aggravator factors anyway?
Yeah.
You're saying that now, after you're found guilty of a dangerous crime, that they're going to go back in, and what is the purpose of that? How does it change anything after that?
I don't know how else to explain it to you. So do you have other issues that you want to bring up today?
Yes, but
He's
I'd
like,
to finish
damn.
this first. So are you denying my motion to have a hearing on this?
Motion denied. I can't put it any clearer for your pea blonde brain. And it reminds me of a song. 'Cause I'm a blonde, yeah, 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 yeah. A natural blonde, no, no, no. Because you're blonde, you don't have to think. You talk like a baby and you never pay for drinks. Don't have to worry about getting a man if you keep that bod. You won't. And that tan, say bye-bye.
I'm denying your motion to have a probable cause hearing as to the state's alleged aggravators.
Okay, so you're denying my motion to have a 13.5
Hi,
hearing
bless me.
on these alleged aggravators
Correct, because
before trial starts.
Because you're not entitled to one.
Okay.
13.5 says
Now what?
that you're entitled
He's
to
going
a
to
probable
ask
cause
to
hearing
have
if they
him
amend or
disqualified
change the indictment.
as her
This
judge.
is not an
She
amendment
already
of the
did.
indictment?
What he wants.
She
There's a
did.
difference
It's an
between-
extension of the indictment. It's not in the indictment.
It's a difference, okay, between an aggravator and changing the charge that you're charged with. Changing the charge that you're charged with is an amendment to the indictment. For example,
Cameraman,
if
get
you were
it
just
together.
charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, all right, but the state didn't allege with the grand jury that it was a dangerous offense, you'd be entitled to a probable cause hearing as to that dangerous allegation because it's changing the charge and it's changing the sentence that you would be.
He did.
These
That's
aggravators.
exactly my point.
Oh, that would be awesome. Can we switch judges and put Auntie Bev in this court? I would love to see them deal with each other. This would be fireworks and money, honey. Oh, that would be a money pit.
After the fact, these aggravators, if they're found, what do they do to
I'd pay
change
to
the
watch it.
charge or change the sentence or change anything?
Probably nothing in reality. You just said it. They don't change the charge. So you're not entitled to an a probable cause hearing.
Okay, then I don't want to have an aggravation phase either.
Well, you can
How
not.
are you entitled to that? And I'm not entitled to a hearing on probable cause, but you're entitled to have an aggravation phase.
Okay. Well, if you don't want to attend, you don't have to attend. What else?
Put her in her place. I wish I had my sound effects.
All right. Something dealing with trial is that I've asked several times for headsets for my advisory council. I know that's been an issue that you said we can only have 5 headsets. Is there some way we can do that? Because it's very difficult for them to advise me on things when they kind of don't know what's going on.
If you need a break to consult with your advisory council, we can do that. I can only give so many headsets.
You said you were going to check into that. Is that something that
They
you did
said
check
they-
into and
they
there's no
can't-
more available headsets?
They can't do more than 5 on that particular system or network.
So,
Your Honor, you told me you're going to check into that. What I mean by that, and what I understand that to mean, is when you say you're going to check on it, you're going to make sure I get what I want. And I'm not getting what I want. I want 3 headsets at my table. I don't give a shit about anybody else. This is my trial. This is my court. And I want you to do what I want you to do. Why? Because I'm in the orange suit and I get special privileges when I represent myself. Eat it.
That they have. I need my court reporter to have one so we can do the sidebars. The state's only getting 1. I get 1, so that leaves 2 for you. Whoever you want to have besides yourself, you can choose one of your advisory council or your paralegal.
You're forcing me to choose between the people that are helping me?
Sure.
Okay?
Technically, I don't know I even have to do that. You represent yourself. You're considered your own attorney. You don't even have the right, the right to consult. I shouldn't say that. You have the right to consult with them, but it's not a necessary thing. Because you are acting as your own attorney, you're expected to proceed as your own attorney. They don't have an affirmative duty to even give you advice under the case law for being an advisory council. The fact
Boo, if you wanted to be a lawyer without a law degree and go through the education, this is the way to do it. Commit a crime and represent yourself. And when you do so, you are held to the same standards of a lawyer who's taken and passed the bar. And the people sitting next to you, even though they have far more experience and knowledge than you, now become beneath you because now you elevate to a lawyer status without a law degree. Huh. Is that like being an expert witness for a company named Aperture without having a bachelor's degree, even though you present that you had one? You want to become an expert witness without a bachelor's degree? They can tell you how to do it. If you want to be a lawyer without a law degree, become a Vallow Daybell.
that they do is probably helpful to you, okay? But you chose to represent yourself. It means you are supposed to act as your own lawyer.
You appointed them and assigned them to me. I did not ask for them.
Ah!
Okay, yeah, I did, in case you decided not to represent yourself so they could step in at trial.
Okay, well then is an alternative that
You know what this woman here is doing? Other paralegal work. I've watched her do motions and subpoenas. I mean, she's just sitting there like, I got other shit to get done.
we could do sidebars at the bench so that they could be involved during
I
that
think it
time.
depends on the complexity of the question. If it's a simple jury question that, like, for example, can we have a copy of the police report? The answer to that is always no. So I think I'll have to take it on a question by question, issue by issue basis. So
I have a
if it's
degree.
an issue where we need everyone at the bench, yes, we can do that.
Does that mean I
But
can
if
be a
it's
doctor?
simple, quick response that we can do with the headsets, we'll do that.
Okay. I have one more issue.
Of course you do.
Okay. Seeing as how things went in the last trial, my question is, what does the state intend to bring in from Idaho so that I can prepare my questions without being accused by you of opening the door? How can we avoid that when
In other
most
words,
of these
Your Honor,
Your Honor, I'm not an attorney. And I don't know how to handle this. So I'm going to ask you this question. How can I do my job as my own legal representative and not get into the Idaho crap and get in trouble with you when I want to get it in?
almost every witness has testified in my Idaho trial. And I don't want to be responsible for doing that. So how are we going to handle that?
Well, I will tell the prosecutor to make sure a caution is given to each witness that no matter what the question is, that witness should not think it's a question that would require an answer about prior testimony or prior proceedings. State agrees, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
I guess they can be further advised that if they think you or the state is asking a question that calls for that sort of answer about prior testimony or a prior proceeding, that maybe we should take a break.
Okay,
All right? Anything else?
that was it.
All right, we'll see everyone.
okay, June, I can't even figure out now where to even find the nitro gifts. So give me a minute. Okay, there's nothing else then. Okay, June, y'all, I am struggling. Anybody know anything about gifts and nitro and Discord? By the way, thank you guys for joining. I am very new to this. So it means a whole lot that you've chosen to be here with us. June, I go to Nitro. It doesn't show me any giftings. It just wants me to pay for Nitro. So I don't know how to do this. Messaging request is empty. Nitro shop friends. June. It doesn't tell me. I have no clue how to do Nitro. And look who's Miss Diane playing on her phone.
I am. I'm playing a game while I'm just sitting here thinking, I'm tired. I've been in this chair since a little bit before 7 o'clock this morning.
Haley Mouse, hold on a minute, Diane. Haley Mouse, thank you so much for being here. I greatly appreciate it. June does Ada K. She's always gifting Nitro in Discord, but I have to claim it. I don't even know where to see it. I don't know how to do this. So, June, you and I off screen will handle this. Oh, y'all. I've had to learn so much. It's insane. I don't even get notified that there's been a Nitro gifted. I don't even get notified. I don't even know how to do any of this. So June and I will have to communicate. Okay, everybody, look, we've got about 11 minutes. 11 minutes when they're supposed to be back in court. So this is what we're going to do. I've got to take a comfort break. I've got to walk and move around because otherwise I don't want to get blood clots. So if you will give me 5 minutes, we're going to go into a quick break. I will have music. We'll have a screen up and y'all hang out and chat and we'll be right back. And once again, look at the pretty kitty. Thank you so much for being here. Y'all are absolutely awesome. I'm going to be right back. I was back and I changed clothes, and why the video stopped, I do not know. Well, I'm sorry about that. The video stopped, but it's okay. All is well. Thank you so much for everybody for joining and waiting for us. We greatly appreciate you. We took a little break because we are waiting for the Lori Daybell hearing to begin again. They took a lunch break or afternoon break. We are waiting for them to return. We have watched a little bit of videos. I'm looking for something. Okay, Miss Diane, and I shrunk because I took my cushion out, as y'all got to see my lovely cushion. For those of you who don't know, who are new to this channel, I stream live pretty much every day, all day, as long as we have a trial going on. Brit. Oh, what? I accept a gift. What am I accepting? Is this Nitro? Sweet. Okay, so guess what? I just got knowledge that there was a gift. Okay, so June, it's not showing me. There's something maybe going on with you and I because Britt just did it and it worked. Thank you, Britt. Okay. We have some record-breaking news. Record-breaking news for us. We've hit 2,912 subscribers. We have gained 70 subscribers today. That's awesome. And this particular live stream has been viewed by, are y'all ready? 5,247 people. Right now we're down low because unfortunately there's not much going on. But oh my God, we've got a lot of new friends and we are so grateful for it. 5 people did not like my live. Oh my gosh. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. We got the video of Lori walking into court this morning. We're going to enlarge it. Oh my gosh, y'all. Okay, let me share this. I got to get it up and sharing it. I'm sorry if someone did not like my thing. Diane, I hate that. It hurts my feelings. Hurts my feelings when someone doesn't like my life. Really
Just
does.
remember, you cannot please everyone all of the time.
I know, but still.
What you have to remember. You like my little top knot?
I do. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Here we go. Here is Miss Lori Daybell. It's blurry, but here is Miss Lori Daybell walking into court this morning. I wonder how she walked out.
She don't look so good walking in. She looks like she got to go potty.
Looks like she's got one hell of a stomach ache or backache.
Or something. Maybe she just needs to go potty.
No, she said she's been sick.
Oh, well. I'm sorry. This lady just does not warrant sympathy from me. Not after what she has done. You know?
I hope she sings like a canary too. Good. Good one, Haley. Yeah. Well, I did in Mama's hands. Welcome, 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 welcome. Blessed Mimi, they're lost. Thank you guys. You are so great. And now my hearing aids are okay. Give me a minute. I'm going to, for those of you who don't know, I am deaf without my hearing aids. 100% deaf. and Miss Diane is my interpreter.
That would be
She
me.
interprets for me and also for those who are watching. If I don't have any ears like these right here that I'm putting in, which I can't hear, now I can hear. These are very, very special ears. Just so you know, people ask me how much do hearing aids cost. This is $8,500 for one. For one. Yeah, I'm just replaying this. Let me stop the share. One. And Diane can validate these. This is the best, biggest, baddest, strongest hearing aids they make on the market. You cannot get anyone make Ronnie, you are just fine. So these hearing aids are so I have two. So you're looking at 16 grand plus. These that I have in my ears are about $4,000 when I bought them years
No,
ago.
we're looking at 17 grand because
Okay.
8,500.
500. Okay, 17. And then these are about 4 grand when I bought them. These are like what Celine Dion and all these other major people use, professional musicians. And they accidentally sent me 2 and said, keep the other pair. So I blessed somebody with them.
Yes, you did.
And she's sitting right there.
Yes, you did.
She's all like, oh.
Gotta get an extension and put on it.
Oh, yeah, it's cheap. Just go to
Radio Shack?
Radio Shack and ask for an extension. You got one in with the male, one in with the female. I got a 8 footer one. If I'm any further than this from the machine, I have to put the extension in. But we also have a giveaway system. We do have prizes. I'm educating everybody right now. While we are watching court and trial, if you like that particular feed, hit the I liked, and then come in and comment ILIKED. If you are subbing for the first time, please come in, put I sub like that.
What is I sub?
This is when you subscribe to my channel, and you can do it once. So when you subscribe or you come in and put I liked, what will happen? Well, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this. What will happen, and Miss Diane starts yawning, is at the end of every live, I draw a winner. Out of those winners at the end of the month will be into a drawing for either a $50 worth of merch or a $50 gift card, depending on what you have, what you don't have, what I have, what I don't have. So with that, you can get free stuff. Yeah, Miss Diane just so happened to be our May winner. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. So she was the winner chicken dinner of our giveaway. So yes, yay. You too could be a part of those giveaways. Now, we're not doing it today, but we'll be doing it tomorrow for the Karen Reed trial, and then also for the Lori Daybell trial. Is Miss June is our fabulous bingo card maker. And she will, oh, there we go. Now, ILIKED. Yep, that's it, Miss June. CJ, hello. You got to put ISUB. I'll show y'all again. Let me get down here. ISUB. Put it just like that so it will catch it, because it won't catch it if it's any different than that. And so I love to give things away. And we just started our merch store. There you go, CJ. Izzy, it took you. Now we got 7. We should have a whole lot more, because I know we've had a whole lot more sub today. We're trying to get to 3,000. It's been a while since we've turned a milestone. So we're working on it. We are right now currently waiting for the courts to return and get updates. I am reading the updates. Oh, okay. 1:26 p.m. back in courtroom as I walk. Let me get you and I together again. All right, here we go. We are now reading back. They are back in court as I walk through the security. This is the reporter. Lori's paralegal was behind me carrying blouses, other outfits that are presumably for Lori. I should note that after all this morning's hearing, Lori walked out of the courtroom. She did not need to wheelchair out. So we are in the process for them returning into the courtroom. We will have more information. Thank you so much, Ronnie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is right. You like it, you share it, or you subscribe it. Do I have the... So you like it, you sub it, or you share it, and that will get you into the giveaway. And then, oh, well, I only have one shared. I wonder why. Everybody, if you have shared it, say I shared now, because it only has one up there. I was wondering why I hadn't seen it. It's glitching, but that's okay. That's what happens. That's what happens. All right, guys, we are waiting for them to say they're back in court. They are in the process of coming into court. I wonder what's going on. Matt, they don't know who we are. Sometimes people walk in our business like, what the hell is this? So if you have already shared, and when we do have bingo, put bingo. IBINGO, BINGO, and bingo was her name. Oh. And that'd be Karen Reed, because she's a piece of bingo. She's a piece of work. I mean, not Karen Reed. Well, Karen Reed and Lori Vallow. We are so close to 3,000 subs. If you haven't, we would appreciate a sub. We really would. Right now, we have... Oh, let me get to my channel. Sorry. Let me go back. We are 86 subs away from 3,000. OMG. OMG. We are so close. No way. No way. I can't believe this. I got to look at this. I got to double check the numbers on this, guys. I can't believe this is actually accurate. Is it accurate? Is it? 5,487 views today. Huh? Total views in the last 48 hours is 7,000. What? That's insane, y'all. Y'all are amazing. Oh my gosh, I got to do it for you. I got to do it for you. Oh my gosh, it is you. You guys are amazing. You are simply amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Diane, I don't know what you're doing. I just took you off. What you doing?
I'll show you in just a minute.
All right, don't yell, baby.
I'll show you in just a minute.
All right, I'll take you off until you're ready. Miss Diane is my interpreter for those who are just joining us. Thank you all for being here with us. We really appreciate it. Hopefully some of the sharing has helped. It does always help, June. Sharing always helps. It is the way that people get to experience different YouTube channels. Yes, I changed shirts. I've got an event to go to. I got an event to go to. And do you know what's really weird? I like the way my voice feels. Now, once again, I can't really hear myself all that much, but I do know how it feels. Feels almost deeper in my ears when I wear these hearing aids versus when I wear these ears versus my hearing aids. Share Gateway Court TV. I'm trying just to find the Lori Daybell. Let's see what we can come up with. See if there's anything else. 1 hour ago.
I am walking over to get a bite to eat at the little, there's a bunch of food things nearby, food places.
Ronnie, we deserve it. Ronnie has been with me pretty much from day one. And Ronnie, we deserve it. You've worked just as hard as I have.
On Lori Vallow Daybell. There are some potential jurors walking by, so I want to be careful with what I say for a minute here.
Thank
And
you,
that should be fine,
Robin.
as looks like viewers are just tuning in here. So we had an eventful morning. The big headline from today is Lori Vallow Daybell's trial will proceed. We are in the process of getting a jury seated, and the judge insisted that Lori stay, and he was very observing that when well, first of all, let me back up. The judge came into court. There was a representative from the sheriff's office there. He said that Lori Vallow Daybell was treated in the infirmary, was seen by a medical professional. There was one condition that she had, but the jail said that the medical professional said it was not serious enough that she should miss court. And they went into a sidebar because she did not want her health discussed publicly. So they put on the headphones with the mic, and they began discussing. We don't know what was said during that. Lori was in normal clothes. And after that, the judge said, I find that the defendant is ready to proceed with jury selection. And they then began jury selection. And all of the jurors came in, around 60 or so. They went through the process of the judge began asking questions in the beginning. You know, do you have law enforcement? Are you related to law enforcement? Do you have concerns if law enforcement testify? Things like that. Turn up my volume. Can you hear me now?
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I'm on a mic. It's noisy downtown, and the train just went by, so maybe you're having issues with that. And then the prosecution got to ask questions after that. And after the prosecution asked their questions, Lori got to ask questions, and she did ask questions. I will note that they sat at their tables. They did not stand and approach the lectern like jury selection before and address the group. The judge let her sit. He let Trina Kay sit, so it was equal. If you did not know anything about Lori potentially being sick, you wouldn't know. She spoke normal. She spoke soft. And as time went on, her demeanor, her voice became stronger. And she seemed to be more sure of herself. I don't know if you can say that. She just seemed definitely more into it, to the point that after all of the jurors left, the judge noted on the record, I do want to note that when the jurors were here, Lori was able to talk normal, but once she left, she could no longer speak because she was not answering him and was very down, I guess. The judge did allow about 15 to 20 jurors to be dismissed, and now we're on lunch break. I did stick around, one of the last ones to leave, to see how Lori left the courtroom. She walked out. There was no wheelchair today. So she walked out, and what will happen after this lunch break, the jury will get picked, and that'll be it for the day. Opening statements will happen tomorrow morning, and that will give Lori time to get her statement. The prosecution will go all day tomorrow, we'll go all day on Friday, and then the trial will proceed. So good news is we don't have to wait. We don't have a jury at 100%. Can you all hear me? I know half of you are saying you can't hear me. Half of you are saying you can. I'm in a very busy downtown. Maybe if I hold it up closer, does that help? But the levels on my end show that I'm like all the way to the top. Lori does get to pick the jurors with her advisory council. They are here. There was at one point where the judge, there was some talk of ibuprofen between Lori's attorneys and the judge. And her attorney said something like, you can't force her to take it, something along those lines. And the judge said, I'm just offering. So I don't know if the judge was offering the fact that he can get her some medicine to help her out or not. She was in normal clothes today. And as I mentioned, she did not need the wheelchair. She did have questions of the jurors, intelligent questions such as, how many of you are gun owners,
Does owning a gun, will that affect your ability to serve fairly? There were not any major issues with this jury pool. A few are going to be leaving town. The calendar was pushed out a bit for the fact that we'll have trial today, tomorrow, Friday, and then next week, all of next week, and then possible the week after, like the June 23rd. So that's where we stand now. We will be back in the courtroom at 1:30. The potential jurors are now all getting lunch. He wanted to give Lori a break. The judge seems to be very accommodating to her for her illness, as far as letting her sit, offering some sort of medication, ibuprofen, whatever. The big thing was that the jail brought over a medical professional, or at least a deputy, and testified to the judge that they could find no serious illness. I imagine if it would have been the flu, like influenza or COVID or something, pneumonia, something serious, they would have said, yeah, you know, she's sick, she's very sick, she has this or whatever. But they said that there's not there. And remember that this is the same judge. You know, Lori has clashed with this judge, has verbally asked him to step down from the case, and then
Blessed Mimi, thank you so much. You'll see us tomorrow morning. I'm going to start cleaning. It's been fun. That is wonderful. Just so you know, tomorrow morning we will be doing Karen Read starting from 8 a.m. to about 4 p.m. During lunch, we will do an hour, whatever. Well, tomorrow, no, we'll be doing this tomorrow. We'll do this tomorrow, Friday. When Karen Read is in trial, she's priority because we're 27 days into this. But during lunch and then after they're done for the day, we will pick up the Lori Daybell and it will end in the early evening. So we enjoyed having you here, Blessed Mimi, and all of you who've hopped in and out that are new. Thank you so much.
then filed a written motion to step down. There was a hearing last week in front of another judge where she said he can remain on the case. He's not shown an unfair bias to you. So she does not like this judge and thinks that he is unfair to her. He made it clear the other day when she motioned or said she was sick, I will still be the judge on this case. I want to make it clear, whether we have this case next week, whether we have it in June, July, or August, I'm going to be the judge. So, you know, she's not getting out of getting a new judge. She's not getting it postponed. There was one of you sent me an actual diagnosis. I forget what it was called. I don't want to leave the screen. It was something like narcissistic something. I'll have to look it up. We'll talk about it tonight on Courtroom Insider. That is an actual diagnosis where when a narcissist has a traumatic event or something happened to them, they break. They like have a break in their brain or a physical mental break.
Half of the people in a state hospital are those people.
And one of you was suggesting that maybe she really did have some sort of break, that this is the last trial, she's not getting her way, and she had some sort of break. It was an interesting thing. Narcissistic injury.
I got to be honest, for someone who's worked in the state hospital and worked with the forensically insane and those who are incompetent to withstand trial or been found not guilty by reason of insanity, I've been around people who had a lot of narcissistic, who had breaks, and people who just in general had psychotic breaks and did something really bad. Yeah, today's behavior is not that. It's just pissy.
Is that what it's called? Several of you are commenting that. Yeah, look that up. I did a little bit of research on that last night and was fascinated to hear that that's what it is. So Lori's eating her lunch now. I know that Trina K is having a peanut butter sandwich. She walked out. She showed us her lunch. That's the lunch the prosecution has.
Okay, wait a minute. They have been on break for how long? And they're just now eating lunch? Okay. Well, that is true. They are running delayed. So
very simple. And
PBJ,
they're gearing up for their case tomorrow. So we're starting about a week late, but narcissistic collapse. I believe that's what it is. Okay. Sounds like I'm better if I'm here. Yeah, Lori did start off whispering quietly. We could hardly hear half of what she was saying. The judge had to tell her a couple times to pull the mic down.
A narcissistic collapse refers to emotional and physical crisis experienced by a person with narcissistic personality disorder, MPD, which she definitely does, when their carefully constructed, inflated self-image is threatened. This can happen due to perceptive failure, humiliation, or loss of external validation, causing them to feel deeply anxious, depressed, and unable to maintain their usual function. The collapse manifests as withdrawals or vindictive behavior. Withdrawal, intense depression, anxiety, no. Vindictive behavior, extreme isolation, loss in function, maintaining daily routine, addictive behavior, mental break, triggers. Okay, this does not describe this. She's having vomiting, nausea, headaches, possibly feverish. All of this that they're describing here, just like I said, is not accurate. But okay.
In front of your face. And at one point, it seems she kind of ignored him. She did not stand for the jury. She did not stand for the judge. She remained seated. She did, though, with the jury. She was able to question them. And now we have a jury, orange and a bra.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Yeah, that might be her lunch. I'm not sure. Okay, so there we go. And that is what, I don't know what Lori has for lunch. I know in Idaho they brought over a bagged lunch from the jail for both Chad and Lori. They didn't get anything special. They didn't get anything,
Nope,
you
it
know,
wasn't.
like Chipotle or something like that.
Funny he should say that my daughter works for them.
And that I think that's what I'm gonna have for lunch. Actually, someone just walked by with Chipotle. Sorry, I'm like a squirrel, distracted. There's Chipotle, Jimmy John's, Five Guys.
Okay, wait. The judge is going down the line in the jury box. The judge says what their occupation is, their marital status, and they have kids. And if they've sat on a jury. One juror was 4-person on a jury for civil trial in Texas a decade ago.
And I think those are it in this little area. I think I'll go with Chipotle. All right, everybody, there's the update. In case you're just tuning in, jury will be picked this afternoon in Lori's case. After lunch around 1:30, they're going to whittle down the pool. There will be 12 jurors and 4 alternates. They won't know which positions are theirs until they get picked, until the end of the trial. There will be a random lottery selection. Brandon Boudreaux is about to walk by here. I'll stay on for a minute so you can see him walking by. He's behind me. He's here with, I believe, a family member or a loved one or something. There's Brandon with the victim advocate. So that's what we've got going on this afternoon.
Y'all, I don't like that. I will tell you, I do not like that he showed that. He should have turned the camera. I know it's public. I know they can be recorded publicly, but I think as a victim that they should be a little bit more cautious about showing them, especially when it's in a situation where they have no choice. I mean, like sometimes in a courtroom, the camera's behind and sees them. The barbecue's biting me.
And
you leaving?
we'll see.
Are you leaving, Diane?
I have a question before I leave. Okay, so I know who Lori is and the fact that she had her husband red rum and by her brother, right? Make sure I got this fact right.
Her husband is who red-rummed her brother. Brother red-rummed the husband.
And then
tried to red-rum the niece's husband.
Oh.
And was unsuccessful.
Is that Brandon?
If I got it right.
Is that Brandon?
The one that walked in with the group of people, that was Brandon Boudreaux.
Okay, so he was the niece's husband.
Yeah, who survived a lead shooting or lead powwowing. Lead shooter. That's it, lead shooter.
Well, now that I've got that straight, I do have to tell y'all goodbye.
Bye. Ugh, I can't stand that song.
Oh, I know. And I had to interpret it.
All right, Diane, we will get together with you shortly. See you later. Love you.
Yes.
I got homework to do. I got a church event tonight. I get home hopefully by 9 o'clock. And then I have until midnight to get a 200-page written. If I struggle, I will call you.
Yes, most definitely.
All right. Love you. Bye, babe.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. This is the first week of the summer semester, and my first assignment's due, and I don't have it at all.
What happens later? Hey guys,
court happened.
Say hi.
That's the.
There they are. Melanie is not testifying. We won't hear from Melanie. Narcissistic collapse when a narcissist believes that someone is threatening their ability to maintain their superficial, inflated ego. Okay. No, Chad is not here. Somebody, I think, asked if Chad here. Chad is on death row in Idaho. Opening statements will not be until tomorrow. Yes, that was Brandon and his wife, and it looks like they're going to have lunch. And I will pass along all of your messages to them, the kind words that you have. Monroe's hot chicken. Is it?
I don't really know if she needs to. Melanie. Oh, why is Melanie not testifying? At least the prosecution may believe and think that they have a case built strong enough that they don't need her testimony in order to testify. And also, they may not want to call her because if they call her, she pleads the fifth, there could be a mistrial. So we won't know until the trial's over why they did not call her to testify. But apparently they don't think they need her in order to testify. Go figure.
Really hot. I don't like spicy. If it really is spicy chicken, I don't want to have that. Okay.
I don't like spicy
everybody?
either.
You need donuts? I need donuts too. I haven't.
1 minute. Okay. The humor of the second to last some humor. As the second to last potential juror said, his wife and his daughter own multiple bakeries. Barkley said, does he need a sales? Says he sees the sales pitch. Juror responds, I was going to say there's no donuts. Barkley has talked about getting the jury donuts after the multiple delays. They say there is about 45 jurors in this pool. So we've lost some of the jurors coming in, but so as soon as in a few minutes, we'll start getting more downloads as to what's happening. Yes, I can't believe Melanie is not testifying, but I guess they think they have a strong enough case without Melanie testifying, and that's fine and good. And that's perfectly fine and good. News about Lori's. I wanted to play clips from her interview, and the last time I did that, I got in trouble, but I don't understand it. I was playing the same video from that big interview that she did, those interviews, and other people like me have played them and didn't get in trouble. I played it and got a copyright strike or warning or whatever you want to call it. Here is yesterday's. Let's see.
Ms. Daybell.
It's a little better.
In the courtroom, sorry.
Lori Daybell for the defense.
All right, are we ready to proceed with jury selection?
No,
Why not?
I'm sick.
Horrible
Anna.
quality.
I've been
Horrible.
sick all weekend. I let my team know yesterday I was sick.
Can you please pull the microphone a little closer? I can't hear you very well.
I'm sick.
I've been sick.
Have you put in tank orders to get treatment?
Yes.
Are you being housed in the infirmary?
Nope, I'm housed where they put people in quarantine anyway. I'm housed alone. They would not move me from where I am.
Have they tested you for any communicable diseases?
No.
All right.
You asked me to let my team know. I let them know yesterday at 9 a.m. that I was still very ill.
Sometimes we're in positions where we have to proceed when we feel under the weather.
It's not just under the weather. I'm very ill.
Do you have copies of tank orders you put in for treatment?
Not with me. I put it in on the tablet.
Is the DO able to check whether any tank orders?
Okay, introductions have concluded. Judge asked Trina and Lori if they have any follow-up. They do not. Judge says he's going to focus on the jury box. The people over here have a high percentage of being on the jury. He asked one final time if there's anything he could think that they need to know that would prevent them from being able to be fair and impartial. None of them raised the cards. The judge excused all the jurors into the panel while he and the parties will work on finalizing the juries. There are 18 jurors in the box. Judge wants to seat 12 plus 4 alternates, so the last 2 in the front row will not make it into the jury. Ronnie, I can't find this stuff on X, and I'm looking. Where are you
Orders
finding
were put
this?
in.
God, I love you. You're amazing.
I don't know what you put it in.
What's that?
I think it takes about 24 hours.
They haven't even answered my tank order yet. It takes them a long time.
Oh, now here we go with all this. Okay, I had to refresh that again. Okay, let's go ahead and continue reading. The judge will bring 16 jurors. They will be sworn in. They will be read the charge, and he will be preliminarily instructions. Okay. Let's see. Let's go back down here. It stopped. There were about 40. Judge begins to tell the court. Okay, the judge has told the jurors that they may start at 9:15 on Friday. That's 10:11, 11:15 here. He asked if there would be a conflict. On the back of each jury form, there's a list of questions as if the person is employed. We've got a Banner Health employee, DoorDash, nonprofit, retired, etc. There's also a variety of age groups. Some seem to be right out of high school, while another man said he's retired twice from different jobs. Others are raising kids. Others have children and who are grown and out of the house. So we have post high school to probably up there in the 70s. That's all I'll say. One woman served on a previous jury of armed robbery. The verdict was guilty. Lori asked to take notes and different jurors introduce themselves. Introductions have concluded. None of them raised their cards. There were 18 juror box. The judge will bring. Okay, we've already run that. Okay, so I am looking at Nate. It's just maybe not coming in as quickly for me as it is you. Nate's a good guy. I like watching his stuff. Sometimes that happens because we're in different parts. Sometimes y'all will get something before I will. Sometimes I'll get it before you will. I just saying that happens a lot. It looks like we are winding down the day. It looks like they will be in at 9 their time. She wanted a speedy trial, which couldn't happen with a DP case. This is so true, Carrie. Carrie, thank you for reminding me of that. You are so correct.
So what symptoms are you having?
Yeah, how sick are
I
you?
have a terrible headache. I have nausea. I have chills. I have a fever, probably. I haven't been able to keep very much down besides broth and oranges.
Wow. Hey, Angela. Oh, Angela today has been the bomb. Oh my gosh, Angela today's been amazing. And we've missed you. We've got 6,260 views today on this case. This case. As Nate Eaton, my count, there are 8 men and 8 women on this jury. It is a split down the middle. Thank you so much, Ronnie. Okay, so the 16 jurors will be given new numbers 1 through 16. We have a jury. I'm not going to delay this too much longer because I got a shite ton of homework to do. Angela, are you doing good? Are you on break for the summer? Oh, you have a paper due tomorrow. I will watch today's stream tomorrow. I have a paper due tonight and I haven't even started it. Luckily, it's only a 200 word little thing, nothing major. But yeah, I know. It's crazy, y'all. Everybody say hi to Miss Angela. She is a good friend of the channel. We appreciate you hopping in. She too is going to school to get a college to get, or I don't know what y'all call it, um, degree in criminal justice, just as I am. But she's across the water, and I'm here. You have a 27K to 33K word. Why? How do they pick those numbers? How to pick? How do how do teachers pick those numbers? We want 2,700 to 3,300 words. Huh? Why don't they just say 25 to 3,000 or 3,000 to 3,500 words? OMG, y'all. Robin Frost says hi, Angela. Angela. Okay, the jury's been sworn in, y'all. We have a jury. So what we will do is we're going to go ahead and start wrapping this up. Maybe I can get my homework done before I have to go to this event this evening. So one of the seated jury women was a floor person in a trial, civil trial. Oh my gosh, that'll be good for them. It's always sometimes sometimes it hurts, sometimes it helps having somebody who's been a floor person before. You never know. 3K plus or minus 10%. Okay, I got that. I get you. But still, that's a lot. Court reads the charges. Lori Daybell is charged with a conspiracy to commit first-degree redrum on or about October 2nd of 2019 with the intent to promote or aid in the commission, and agreed with Alex Cox that the last one of them or another would engage in conduct constituting of the offense. Oh. Lori has pled not guilty to the charge of justice, so it's now his hands out of the packets of the jury's and hands out the packets of jury instructions. These instructions can be lengthy. The judge will read them to the jurors. All right. I'm not going to sit here. We've been through this many, many times. So we're not going to sit here and read through all of that. But what I am going to do is put that on the taskbar so we can access it later. By the way, for those of you who are new here, we do have a Discord. Please go over to the Discord and join our Discord. You can join our memberships. But for those of you who don't know, I'm just showing this. It launched yesterday. I'm new to this. I'm learning. I'm excited. So thank you for tolerating my excitement. But we have merch. We are launching our merch, and I'm so excited for it. Like I said, I'm not used to this. I'm learning how to do merch, but I don't have a team. Everything is done here is me. My team is Ronnie and my mods. Hello, with Brit and other people. But unfortunately, when it comes to everything else, it's just me. So I have to learn at a snail pace. I say this a lot. What? We have these t-shirts and bags. Coffee mug. I am HO. I'm a hoe means in my humble opinion. I say that quite frequently on this channel. So we think the hat is cute. I've already ordered mine. I'm waiting for mine to come in. Mine. I'm waiting to see when mine comes in. I don't know when. Join now for exclusive updates. Well, I don't know how to do all that. Like I said, I'm still learning this. So if y'all are interested, go over there. But you can win this for free. How can you get it for free, you ask? Well, if you go over and like the video and comment in our discussion, I liked, just like that. Or if you've never subbed and you sub, put I sub and I shared if you shared. That is one way that you guys can win this stuff for free. So with that, okay. With that, we're going to go ahead and draw. What is a transaction going through my card right now for? I love it when you're sitting here. Okay. All right. So let's get going. Let's get drawing. What do y'all think? Let's get drawing. Let me see. We're going country, y'all. All right, let's get the drawing going. I haven't had country in a while. Who's going to win? Ronnie, you got an entry. Woohoo! All right, here's for the iSubs. We had 9. CJ, welcome to the family, CJ. You have an entry. Thank you so much. And let's go to the I likes. Love it when we get some new people in here who've not been here before, not won before. Emmy Lou. Oh my gosh, Emmy Lou. Emmy Lou, my spiritual mother. Mama E, number 2. Her name was Emmy Lou. She's deceased, but she's my heart. She's my heart. I love Emmy Lou. I have not seen or heard of that name since her. So thank you so very much. All right, guys, join us tomorrow. Now, they say 9, that's 11 my time. I will double check. I will load my live for tomorrow. Later this evening when I get a validated time, because I've heard 9 o'clock, I've heard 10 o'clock, I've heard 1 o'clock. So I want to make sure that whatever time that we are actually going live is correct. So I will get that up and running. I hope you guys all will come back and join us. Chris H., thank you so much for joining. Everybody, there's so many of you. I can't thank you all today. And that's a wonderful problem to have because I've not had that. But I have to give a huge shout out to Ronnie, my fabulous mod. You've been here all day with me. Oh, I can't do this without you. And hello, it's Britt, Haley Mouse. And then, of course, June. You have been fabulous. We appreciate all of you who have helped me get this far. I do know some of us are watching my stats because we're trying to get to a certain place. We are up to 2,917. We're inching closer to that 3,000 mark. I can't wait, but drum roll, please, which I can't do right now, unfortunately, because, well, we've had for today's live. Let me get to my dashboard again. I'm so sorry. Content lives. 6,465 views. I bet that will go up over 7,000 views tonight. We've had 200 thumbs up. Thank you very much. 6 thumbs down. Oh, well, I did the best I can do. And I'm not everybody's cup of tea, and that's fine. But I thank you. I thank you for even those, for hopping in and showing. Oh, yay, 200 views. For hopping in and checking us out. Okay, guys, blessings. Have a fabulous evening. When does the Daybell trial start? Well, I've heard judge said that the jury needs to be there at 9 to 9:15. So I've heard 10 a.m., which is 12 p.m. my time. I've heard 1 p.m., which is 2 p.m. my time. So I would estimate between 10 and 7K blessings for sure. That is for the last 2 days or 48 hours. We've had 7K views. Yeah, yes. But I would say 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock their time. Just saying. I haven't heard the final on it. We will figure it out and I will have it posted. I will have the live pre-posted and ready to go. And y'all can come join me then. We will have some games going. Maybe I can convince Miss June to make us a bingo card for it. All right. All right, guys. Blessings. Have a great afternoon. I'm going to get on to my homework and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I really, really do. Y'all have been a blessing. Oh, come on. My thing is not working for me. Cooperate. All right, guys. See you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.